some complications with busing people from different venues coming here. But my advice is let's stick to the bus times, because some people are delaying buses and everything ends up being delayed. Housekeeping, our bathrooms, if you go out through the exit to your right, to your left, are gents, to your right are ladies. And our Wi-Fi password will be flighted for your convenience. All right, my name is Munamato Ben Shava, also known as Mudara Ben for some of you. I'm from the Matabeleland ICAZ chapter, and we are proud to be hosting you, and I'll be your MC for the day. Without wasting time, I think I'll observe the protocol. Allow me to observe ICAZ President, Madam Manyara Chigunduru, ICAZ Senior Vice President, Bryce Msendo, ICAZ Junior Vice President, Emmanuel Mudefi, ICAZ Past Presidents, here present with us, Vulindlela Ndlovu, Amelia Chisango, Tapiwa Chizana, Tumai Mafunga, Davis Charamba, the ICAZ Council, CEO William Mandisoza, and ICAZ members, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to 2024 ICAZ Winter School. I will go to our sponsors who made this event possible. We have Old Mutual, we have CBZ, Afrizim Bank, we have ZB Bank, FBC, Net1, BDO Zimbabwe, Edgars, KPMG, ACR Solutions, Deloitte, we have Delta, Grant Thornton, Tex Matrix, CAA, OK Zimbabwe, Baker Tilly, Marion Hill, Accounts on Call, and Unicaf. Let's give a big round of applause to our sponsors. At this time, allow me to give one of our platinum sponsors space to show us what they have. And I'll call upon CBZ Agro Yield MD Wellington Mutizwa. Thank you.
Grew stronger, blossoming into a love that knew no limits. But life had other plans, pulling them apart as Kuda embarked on a journey to a distant land. Though separated by distance, their love stayed unwavering, bridging the gap between two hearts. Kuda's love knew no bounds as he supported Thandi from afar, sending money for her dreams and her loved ones. When life took an unexpected turn for Thandi's mother, Kuda became her beacon of hope. With ZikiCash, Kuda's love transformed into a lifeline, providing Thandi with immediate access to the funds she needed. Through ZikiCash, love's true power was realized, creating miracles and bringing happiness to those in need. And then, one day, destiny intervened, bringing Kuda and Thandi back to where their love story began. Love had conquered all, uniting two souls separated by time and distance. Ziki Cash, connecting hearts and making dreams come true. Ziki Cash is a product of CBZ Bank, Partners for Success.
Okay. I think we're good to go. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving us this time to talk to you. Special thank you to our event conveners who has given us this platform for me to speak on behalf of CBZ Holdings. Please accept our distinguished greetings to all our distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. As the leading financial institution in Zimbabwe, CBZ Holdings promote the advancement of development of our economy. And it is in this line that we partner with ICAZ almost on a yearly basis. We have done this for over a decade in promoting the development of accountants and also supporting our accounting fraternity. We believe that accounting plays a critical role in the development of our economy and ensuring financial stability as well. Accounting provides the tools and insights needed to make informed decisions and manage risk and unlock value for organizations. Let me add that accountants in this room are the backbone of our financial systems, ensuring transparency, accuracy, business compliance, and also looking after our financial reporting. In our long-standing relationship and partnership with ICAZ, which has lasted, like I said, over a decade, our support for this year's conference demonstrates the significance we place on this invaluable partnership, a testimony to our dedication to excellence in financial management and our commitment to the success of the generality of our accounting community. When we look at today's challenging environment in terms of the business landscape, we face numerous challenges in our industries, in our country, in our markets, mainly driven by technological changes. We also acknowledge, I think, the changes that ICAZ is doing in trying to also implement or develop a curricula that is aligned to the development on the technological advancement side. We know that in this era that we are in, there's increased demand for digitization, which requires business to continuously adapt to change so that we can build capital base and enhance revenue streams. As your partners for success, we come together to discuss with you the latest trends and advancement in the sector. I just want to talk to you briefly about a few products that are coming from one of our subsidiaries, the biggest unit in our offering, which is CBZ Bank, that we are also promoting at this year's conference. We do have a private banking portfolio where we've got two segments in that offering. The first segment is the executive one, where you are invited to join our wealth management suite, which is based at Borodale. And the second segment that we have there, which we recently launched, is CBZ Prime Banking. This proposition is slightly below the executive. It's for those upcoming and soon to be executives that are joining the corporate world. This proposition is not a one size fits all. Hence, we have invested considerable time and resources into creating a suite of services that cater specifically for discerning requirements of our clients. To start off, Prime Banking, just a little bit of information on it. We do offer the classic banking services that you'd get. In addition, we look at planning, we look at investing, we look at borrowing as well. So coming to any of our locations, I think the primary location right now is at Borodale Semi-Levy Pomona site. We will give you what you need and develop financial solutions tailored to your requirements. The This year as well, CBZ Bank is promoting ZikiCash. ZikiCash is a money transfer offering. It's an international remittance service. We're running it currently from UK. We're running the UK corridor. Soon we'll be expanding into other corridors, particularly the South African side. I think the first advert that you are seeing there speaks to ZikiCash. We're also promoting PayLink. PayLink is a revolutionary payment solution that has transformed the way business and individuals make payments. You can make payments using PayLink from anywhere in the world at any time of the day. The other product that we're promoting is mortgages. We do have a variety of mortgages, the traditional mortgages that you get in country. We are also offering diaspora mortgages at the moment. We are also offering a slightly different mortgage offering that is... Okay, I hear you. We're also offering a different type of a mortgage where we are looking at those that do not have proof of income. So ordinarily we would say, please bring your pay slip, we calculate your maximum, and then we give you a mortgage loan to buy a property. We do have stock as CBZ. We've got one of our subsidiaries called CBZ Properties, and also CBZ Bank do have properties in stock. We have designed a product that we call Umuz Kumusha, which you can deposit your deposit over a period of time of 24 months, and then we can give you a mortgage to finish off the outstanding loan after that. Other services that you offer, you know CBZ is big. I'm from the agricultural sector. In agro-yield, we look at farmers. We do have insurance services as well. We do have capital as well. We can structure something for you, for your company. We can assist you with M&A acquisitions. We can also look after properties. We do have a properties business. So CBZ is a one-stop shop that you can come and visit, and we'll give you a solution for every problem that you have. So come to CBZ, where we partner you for success anytime. In closing, I just want to say thank you, all of you, for coming today and listening to us. Please do see most of our team, which is amongst you, and they do have a desk outside. If you need any of our services, they'll be able to explain more on the products that I've presented, and also in addition to all the other products that you can offer. So thank you, and I wish you all a productive and enriching conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give another round of applause to our ladies and gentlemen? We will go to our first speaker of the day, Mr. Walter Chimene. He will be taking us through his presentation on rethinking value proposition optimization. I'll tell you a bit of a background for Mr. Walter Chimene. He is a power broker, internationally accredited professional speaker, award-winning thought leader. Walter is the Chief Future Officer of the 2030 Squad, a mastermind elite group that builds power broking logarithms for sustainable investment in Africa. He is the most sought after premium strategy expert on brand innovation, entrepreneurship funding, investment intelligence, opportunity mechanization. Walter sits on boards which include Goride Mabre Frontier, Wolf Wealth Africa Network, Entrepreneurship Growth Initiative, and is also a member of the SADC Head of State Think Tank Committee on Power Broking. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Walter.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you very much, my brother, for a very inspiring introduction. I am humbled. As you've heard, my first name is Walter. It's a name of German origin. It means ruler of the army or commander. My surname is Chimene. It's a Shona term. It means town crier. I will be having a conversation with you about, as you've heard, rethinking value proposition optimization. And because of our time, I will be fairly fast, but not too fast. Is that okay? As we begin our conversation, I would like us to be upstanding and greet each other under a powerful song which my DJ will play. DJ? Be upstanding and greet someone next to you. Thank you, my DJ. We may be seated. I want to just share a couple of things that you will need to consider if you want to optimize your value proposition. And there are 7 dynamics that I will share with you. These are things that I think most of you know already, but it's important to have them under a banner of this conversation which you have been given by ICAZ. Those of you may be wondering what a power broker is. A power broker is a person essentially who helps people sharpen their influence to reign. Reign as in R-E-I-G-N. From my experience, many Zimbabwean economic leaders have a challenge on how to reign. So for that element, there are 3 dynamics which you need to consider on how to reign. The first one is the appointment window. The appointment window. In other words, many economic leaders fail to appreciate and consider how long they will be in power. As soon as you're appointed, you need to calculate, have an estimation of how long you will be in power. 30 months, 60 months, 100 months, etc. For this, it allows you to do what you can within that window, so that if you get fired, as an example, there won't be mental health demons haunting you. The second window is the scale window. In other words, at what rate should you bring results on the table? There are people, when they get into power, they do everything that they can, which is powerful, within the first 100 days. And then after that, there's no innovation. I think we have examples in our economic space of leaders who sit in organizations for the last 20 years, but they last did something powerful maybe 18 years ago. So also calculate the scale window. In other words, at what rate should you bring results on the table or on the board? If you do it too fast, then you might struggle afterwards. If you do it too late, if you're fired by Monday, then what happens? The third window is the conversion window. This is about thinking and considering what you will have to show once your term of office ends. There are many economic leaders, sadly, who do so much for their organizations, but eventually when their tenure ends, they have nothing to show, especially asset-wise. And I know you know examples of economic leaders who, if you see them in the street somewhere, someone says, that gentleman or lady used to be the CEO of a listed company, but they'll be using public transport. It may shock you. Is that clear? Is that clear? All right. Second dynamic. When you want to optimize your value proposition, in the Zimbabwean economy, there are 3 types of kings you need to be aware of. 3 types of kings. The first king is the mad king. the mad king. These are economic leaders who are so powerful that if you mess with them, they'll wipe the floor with your brand. So as much as you're innovative and brilliant and ahead of your time, be aware of the mad kings in the economy. If you tamper with their power circle, they will wipe the floor with your brand. The second type of king is the figurehead king. These are people who are proxies of other bigger people in power. They are proxies of other bigger people in power. So, I'm sure you know organizations where the leader of that organization is always in the public, sponsoring events at times, attending state functions, and winning awards. But those of you who are CAs will know that this organization is struggling financially. And you're wondering where all this money to do all these big things is coming from. So be very careful with the figurehead kings. They would have been appointed by higher people in power. So manage them with caution. Is that clear? Right. The third king is what is called the naked king. The naked king. These are economic leaders, sadly, who are notorious for being energetic about the opposite sex. There are organizations where if you go to that organization, the whole marketing department has, for example, ladies who look like sisters. Hourglass shaped and very light. So to manage the naked kings in the economy is not to always brag about your religious backing, about values and beliefs, because they'll take it as an offense. If you start churching your way into the conversation, there will be an issue. Is that clear? Is that clear? All right. The next dynamic to think about, to optimize, is to be able to handle mental health demons. Mental health is a very serious problem in Zimbabwe right now. And many economic leaders are struggling on how to manage mental health demons. There are 3 demons which you need to be aware of and then manage if you want to optimize. The first demon is the wasted opportunities demon. A lot of people are struggling because they feel that there's a gap between where they are right now and where they deserve to be. If they think about what they wanted to do with their lives 20 years ago and where they are now, they cry internally. And it's a very big problem. The second demon, what is called ideology idiocy. Ideology idiocy. This is where people at some stage in their lives realize that they've been used and abused, either in political systems, religious systems, even in organizations. There are people, for example, who were founders of certain organizations in the economic space. And some of these companies are now listed companies. But over time, they were booted out through palace schools or what have you. And there are people, if you talk to them, they were founders of these big organizations, but they were booted out, and now they have nothing to show. So these are the major demons that are the source of mental health in Zimbabwe. The next dynamic to consider to optimize is on brand currency. Psychologists say that all brands, personal brands, have got a scent. In other words, your brand can be smelt. What this means is, when you get into spaces with people of power, they can smell your brand. And in the Zimbabwean economic space, from our research, there are 3 scents or types of smell that you may need to be aware of. The first one is the beggar scent. There are people, sadly, whose wiring is on scarcity. They complain all the time. People with money and power want the opposite of that. So at times you may be shocked how people will avoid you, your phone calls, your emails, even at times physically. They will literally avoid you because you smell of being a beggar. The second cent is the bridge. There are people, sadly, who have given other people access to open doors, but they have nothing to show. So you may be surprised when you meet these people who are the bridges. They know everyone who matters in the country. Politicians, business people, religious leaders, ambassadors. But if you look at their life, they're for nothing. And you can't comprehend how that is going on. So some of those people have a bridge scent. People can smell that you're a bridge. And unfortunately, if you aren't aware, people can use and abuse you if you aren't aware. The third scent is called a mitch, spelled M-I-T-C-H. And on the M, you can remove the M and put a B. If you get it, you get it. If you don't, you don't. Right. What this scent is about, it means you may not be truly aware of the value of your brand. So either you don't charge at all for your solutions, or you charge peanuts. So people treat you as such. This is a very big problem in Zimbabwe. People don't know the value of their brands. So they're always giving and giving and giving to organizations, ideas, innovation, solutions, at times worth multi-millions or billions, but they aren't aware of the value that they're giving. Are we together? Are we still together? All right. Second from last of the dynamic to consider is about brand pitch. In other words, if people meet you for the first time, what is the lasting impression of your brand? As you know, the first impression is the last impression when you meet people for the first time. And people waste these opportunities because of ignorance, especially when you meet people with power, influence, or high net worth. So, issues for you to consider. And for this one, talk to the person sitting next to you. Ask your neighbor, do you know the difference between who you are and what you are? The difference between who you are and what you are. Ask your neighbor in the next 2 minutes. Do we have answers? Do you have answers? Okay, show by raise of hand. How many think that there's no difference? Raise up your hands. How many think there's no difference between who you are and what you are? Raise your hands. Okay. How many think there's a difference? Raise your hands. How many are not sure? Raise your hands. Okay. From optimization, here's the difference. Who you are is what people establish about your brand if they've never heard about your profile or CV. If they've never heard about your profile or CV. Whatever is the impression of you, that's who you are. And then what you are, obviously based on profile and CV. So that's the difference, okay. People's impression of your brand, if they've never heard of your CV or your profile, is who you are. So it's about destiny, purpose, and calling. And then what you are is essentially about your profile or CV. So the academics, and no offense, but I have many clients who are CAs, and unfortunately, they think they can, some of them think they can go into the economic space and brag about being a CA. Sadly, in some circles, nobody cares. They want solutions, full stop. Are we together? Yeah, they want solutions. That's why at times, someone with basic accounting or financial intelligence will get away. I think you know organizations where the FD or group finance manager is not a CA. not even an accountant. They did geography at one of those universities in Gweru. But in your groups, you'll be complaining that, how can this person be a group CEO of a listed company? My point here is this. The realities of the economic space isn't about titles. It's about solutions and how people love what you do. Are we together? Yeah. All right. The next quick question, ask your neighbor. What is the difference between a personal economy and a national economy? A personal economy and a national economy. Ask your neighbor in the next 2 minutes. Go. Do we have answers? Do we have answers? Okay. How many people think there's a difference? Raise up your hands. Raise up your hands. Okay. How many people think there's no difference? Okay. How many are not sure? Okay. From optimization, the difference between a personal economy and a national economy is this. If there's any announcement in the media, the question is, how do you benefit personally? If you benefit personally, then it's a personal economy. If you don't benefit, it's a national economy. What this means is this. There are people who waste time chasing national headlines. I have a client who does that all the time. They say, oh, Zimbabwe's received 10 billion from IMF. What does that mean to your pocket? Zimbabwe has discovered lithium in abundance, worth 2 trillion. What does that have to do with your personal pocket? You get the picture? That's clear? All right. The last question to just quickly share with your neighbor. Ask your neighbor, what do you earn? They may not give you an answer, but ask them if they know how much they earn per minute. Do they know? How many of neighbors who know? How many of neighbors who don't know? How many of neighbors who don't know what the hell we're talking about? Okay, so here's the life lesson. All decisions are investment decisions with our lives. All decisions are investment decisions. And at the center of it is how we spend and commit our time. Are we together? Are we together? Are we together? Okay. The last thing that I'll share before I take my leave is this. There's a debate right now about work-life balance in the country. And I know CAs also struggle with that on a very serious scale. Some of you in here are my clients. And it's a very big challenge because our work requires a lot from us. And at times, there are some dynamics which we struggle with. And I'll just share a bit. People struggle with work-life balance because they don't know how to create a value system between them and their families. And that value system is very important, where you actually make time for your families. Otherwise, what's the point? You work 20 hours a day, you travel a lot, And then what? Yeah. Some of the causes of divorces now in the country is because of spouses who just work hard and they don't commit, aren't available to their spouses. So look into that. The second thing is people's failure to handle love triangles. I'm not kidding. There are people whose careers right now have been broken and shattered because they can't manage love triangles. And my advice always to my clients is, look, if you see the red flags, just cut it off. I have 4 clients who have fallen in the last 15 months. Big economic leaders in the country. And they've fallen because they failed to manage love triangles. It's a challenge, I know. But my encouragement is, look, just cut it off. Because the drama that starts unfolding once you fall out is very dangerous. One of my clients that I'm talking about, I won't mention the name, just got into a mix, was a chairman of a listed company and got into the mix with an intern at his organization. The intern was 19 and he's 61. And then when the drama started, you know, these young people at times, they just feel like, I'll go to the tabloids. And now he's being blackmailed and the rest of it. So look, just cut off life triangles. For this one, I won't say anyone should raise their hands. You may know who you are. That's if you're into it. In conclusion, I'll say this. Zimbabwe's economy is run by people who have strategic networks. You can pray, you can fast, and whatever. I'm not saying it's wrong. But in this country, if you don't have strategic networks, there's no point. No matter how brilliant you are, how wired you are, nobody really cares in the scheme of things. So in conclusion, just ask your neighbor the 7 people that they know who are influential in the country. Okay, just ask your neighbor. Okay, just a quick one as we close. How many of neighbors who have at least 7 people of influence who they know? How many have none? Okay. In conclusion, I'll say this. Going forward, you need to be known, understood, and loved by people in power. Otherwise, there's no point. And with that, my DJ, play my song as I step down. Be upstanding. Be upstanding. Thank you very much and God bless.
Wow. Personal economy. Soccer fans, Takatenga Mbappe. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Walter Chimene. Thank you very much, Walter. That was inspirational. Ladies and gentlemen, our next slot is given to Net 1. They will come up and show us what they have. Thank you.
understand your unique requirements and the high level of service that you deserve.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Concern, you can see my screen. Hello.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, confirm. Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Not you guys. Okay, you can go ahead.
Thank you very much. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the invite. We are very pleased as Net1 to present to you the offers that we have as a mobile network operator. We've just summarized the product that we have. We've got voice products, data products, SMS and enterprise, and then also digital solutions. So I'll just give you a summary of what we have and also what you'll be interested in as key customers and key supporters. Basically on voice, we're talking of connecting via mobile telephone as voice networks. We've got what we call $1 a day. $1 a day is an interest that we are targeting the mass market. We've got a $1 bundle that gives you 160 minutes, and we've got a $5 bundle that gives you 560 minutes. So basically we are targeting the mass market and people who are on Net1 calling each other on our network. We also have got our inter-network bundle, which we call Kuluma 24/7. Kuluma 24/7 is targeted at Net1 customers that have got relatives and friends who are on other networks. On that bundle, we are allowing you to talk to everyone around Zimbabwe 24/7, hence we call it Kuluma 24/7. Insurance Tawura 24/7. Anytime you want to speak to your relatives or friends, you can use that Kuluma bundle. Then in terms of our data offers, we've got different data offers. We've got time-based offers. With time-based offers, we've got our bundle, and our bundle gives you 1 gig that you have to use within an hour. We've got daily bundles that have got different prices. For the daily bundle, it says that buy this bundle, you can then use it throughout the day. After the daily bundles, we've got weekly bundles. With weekly bundles, you buy your bundle and it's valid for the week. And then after that, we've got monthly bundles that are also catering to those ones who want to use their bundles for a month. And then on top of that, we've got a bundle that cater for the data hungry market segment. I mean those people who are always connected to the internet, those people that want to download a lot of stuff. We call them more gigs. The brand name is actually more gigabytes to you who is using the data. So those ones start at 5 gig up to 80 gig. Those ones are the most popular in the market because as Zimbabwe are growing in terms of our data consumption, I think for those who follow ProTrans, because we would actually say that quarter on quarter we're growing in terms of usage of data. So that one is actually catered for the data hungry people that are always connected. And given the things that are happening these days, whereby everything is now happening on online or on your mobile phone, mobile on the go, you can actually buy that bundle and be connected. For SMEs, that bundle is also very much catered for SMEs. We know that you also want to be connected, doing your orders, or even promoting your products online on social media platforms. So that one is also catered for you. Then we have also got social media bundles. We know that Zimbabwean people are always connected, be it Makua, be it business, whatever they want to discuss. People are discussing via things like WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, or which is now called X, and other platforms like TikTok. So we've got bundles that are catered specifically for that segment, and we know that many people are connected on that social media bundles, which shows that Zimbabweans are social beings and always want to interact using the internet that we are providing. Then we also have got SMS bundles. Those are for people that are into business of sending some messages, bulk SMSs promoting their services and their products. So for SMS, we've got the individual bundles that are targeted individuals who just want to send SMSs to their relatives or their business partners. Then we've got bulk SMS services. Bulk SMS services, we are targeting small enterprises and also big enterprises that want to promote their businesses and their products or their offers to their targeted market using our SMS platform. For those ones, you just link up with our enterprise business team. They can create an account for you, and then from there you can start to send your messages to your targeted customers. We also have got some bundles that are targeted at different business offers, business status, from small business enterprises, medium to big enterprises. We've got bundled offers that provide voice, data, and SMSs. And then also we've got unlimited contract lines. Unlimited contract lines are those for we're targeting the high value executives, the chief finance officers. I believe there are quite a number of CFOs in that group that you have there. We are targeting you with our unlimited contract lines. You just make calls and then you pay your bill at the end of the month. And then for your workforce, we then give you bundle. You can just give us limits that certain individuals within your organization must not exceed, and then we can create a customized bundle for you. And then we're also talking about digital solutions. I think we cannot avoid talking of digital solutions with where the world is going today. People are not talking of Internet of Things, machine learning, AI. So as the network service provider, we are an enabler, and we are also ventured into those new areas of technology. On that one, we've got our new baby on the block is called One Connect. One Connect is a dedicated internet access service which we are providing to companies, residentials who are in gated communities, mines, farms. This dedicated internet access is like we're creating a highway for you only to have direct access to the internet. You don't need to be in a congested pipeline with everyone. For example, with AMA 2Ks that are sending each other, WhatsApp messages. But we know that you want to be in business 24/7. So with dedicated internet access, what you call One Connect, that can be connected to your premise, and thereafter behind the first connection of the first leg, we can even provide things like fixed Wi-Fi access, things like private network access, and also private APN, so that we create a secure environment for your business and enable you to communicate privately within your businesses. And for that solution, we are working with different economic sectors like the agriculture. If you want to have IoT solutions, we first provide you with that dedicated internet access, and then we come and discuss with you to have a customized IoT solution that can manage your irrigations, you can connect your greenhouses, everything that you can do, you can actually manage it from your mobile phone. And then we are also working with minds to enhance their productivity by offering them things like telematics, where you can check the lorries that carry whatever that comes out of the mines, and you can even offer connectivity underground, so that you are always connected and you can remotely monitor and manage what is happening at your mines. We can also work with, we are also working with government departments like ZESA in the scenario, offering smart meters. At the moment, they can now actually see what is happening with the meters wherever they are, and the meters are connected. So we are, as Net One, working to make sure that Zimbabwe is not left behind in terms of IoT and digital solutions. In a nutshell, this is our presentation. I do not know if I've got any questions, comments, and any additions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause. Do we have any questions? Thank you very much, Net One. Thank you for your time. Let's give a strong round of applause to Net One. Right. Walter, you are a true think leader or thought leader. So ICAZ has decided to give you a little token of appreciation. If you can come forward, Mr. DJ. Thank you very much. Our next speaker will present us with the 2024 ICAZ Winter School theme, which goes Art of Relevance, the Art of Relevance, Reimagining Value Proposition. And to give us that is Dr. Shephard Fungura, who is the group CEO for ZB Financial Holdings. I'll give you a bit of background for Dr. Shephard Fungura. Dr. Shephard Fungura is the Group Chief Executive Officer of ZB Financial Holdings Limited Group. An actuary by profession and a holder of a doctorate in entrepreneurship and innovation. He is a transformative leader who has revolutionized the financial landscape. He has earned numerous accolades from the industry in recognition of his transformative leadership. He was awarded the CEO of the Year in 2022 by the CEO Africa Roundtable. And in 2023, he was awarded Outstanding CEO by the CEO Network of Zimbabwe. These are just few of many other awards throughout the course of his leadership journey. Dr. Shephard Fungura is a true visionary and stands tall as a symbol of the 21st century leadership. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Dr. Shephard Fungura.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Walter. How many times have I mentioned your name? Thank you very much for the nice introduction, or MC. I think after this session, you should be ISO certified. Let's give him a round of applause. He's doing a good job. To our leaders of ICAZ, the president, the senior vice president, the junior vice president, past ICAZ presidents, the council, the CEO, and ICAZ members, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to ride on the protocols already established by our director of ceremonies. Unfortunately, I don't have a song to begin with. I wish I had known that there was Walter ahead of me. But I enjoyed your presentation, and please continue sharing your thoughts. I think quite intriguing. I'm here today not necessarily to lecture, but to thought provoke. Just as was the presentation earlier, just to leave a thought that maybe as we go, you will say that the Winter School of 2024, I enjoyed this and I learned this. So it's not a lecture necessarily, but a teaser as to what to consider when you're looking at reimagination. The first thing that I will say is that we have so much that we don't give to the world because we don't know that we have much. Scientifically, most a time people meet the demise of life when they've used less than 10% of their brain power. And then there was silence. So even when you are going through exams and so forth, and you're stressful and so forth, it's just a percentage of your brain power, of what it can actually do. There's so much that the brain can do, but sometimes we don't tap into that reality and utilize the power that the brain has so that we can establish ourselves. And that's why I liked the fact that there's an issue of reimagination that is being talked about in this particular winter school, so that we can apply ourselves to make a difference. Allow me to do this. Because Walter was here, I then had to come up with a new topic that says, aspire to inspire before you expire. Slowly, aspire to inspire before you expire. Right? In other words, put effort to want to make a difference, that's aspiration, and to make a positive impact, that's inspiring, before you expire, because expiration is a non-negotiable. A time will come when you have expired. I usually say those that have lived long enough, when you talk about them when they were young, they will tell you that they did so much in their young ages. How many remember their young ages? Primary, grade 6, 5, 4, 3, or the first day, grade 1, right? How powerful you were. Did you hear the English? Were. Right? But as you live at each stage of life, just aspire to inspire somebody before you've expired. Very important. The rethinking is important. Each person is endowed with gifts that other people don't have. Who you are, I like the who you are and what you are. The who you are can never be replicated. So if you don't give us the gifts that God has endowed you with, you are robbing us of an experience. So in other words, that's the reason why we must reimagine and expose ourselves to this world and make a difference. Each of us, unfortunately, because of training, I'm going to come to the presentation because someone is saying, let him get to the lecture quickly. No, I didn't come to a lecture, right? Each of us is here because they need to make a mark of a difference, positive to this world. You have a package that you have to show and share with others so that others can also benefit from your being on earth, because there's value in yourself. What I'm saying differently is you matter. You do matter as an individual. That's why there's a call for us to reimagine. That's why there's a call for us to even imagine if we had not started doing that. Because reimagination assumes that you had imagined in the first instance. Some of us perhaps have not even started imagining. And I was coming to training. Usually the training we go through takes us into trenches and furrows of work. And that's how we are wired. You sit at a desk, you balance out things, you explain, you go have tea and say, that's life. Right? I meet the next person. The next person is trying so much to mimic the other person. All right? And then we miss the essence of our differences. But the more we start to reimagine, the more we start to imagine as well, we start to make a difference, because put together we can be a powerhouse. There's nothing that stops us from being great as institutions that we represent in our personal businesses or in our personal employments and so forth. But it's very important that we take note that for you to then matter, you must be relevant. Right? You must be relevant. If you are irrelevant, then no one will remember who you were or that you even came by. And there's importance in it thinking in itself in the first instance. Many a time I've challenged friends that we miss people that are thinking. Not because people can't think, people are just not interested in thinking. So that you can actually benefit from them. So the value propositions we can talk about. By the way, this presentation I'm just flashing. You can get it, you can read it. That's not the essence. But there's like some key terms I'm just emphasizing and key phrases I'm just emphasizing for note. So when you have to reimagine, you have to understand your context. All right? There are some who are here who think like they're in the UK because they've been trained through the theory that comes from England. I was one at some point. When I became an actuary, I felt, yeah, I'm good. Yeah. Met issues of life. Then I realized, no, the training that I had was just to give me portable skills for application. What was now needed was for me to think as to how to use those skills for the betterment of value that I would add on the table wherever I would find myself. And if we don't apply ourselves, the context around us can meet its demise. I think we've had industries that have ceased. The other time I drove through Belmont. How many have been through Belmont in Bulawayo recently? How many went through Belmont in the 80s? And I know some are challenged by that time because they may not have been there. If you compare the two, you see the difference, I'm sure. All right? The Belmont then was alive. The Belmont now is, I didn't want to use that word, but whoever used that word, it's you who said so. But that's the issue. And the key issue is we need to apply ourselves. We need to think. We need to imagine. We need to make sure that we expose our giftings that we have within us and give to the world. Like I said at the beginning, no one is identical to the next. If you don't apply yourself, you are making us miss the experience we could have had had you applied yourself. And when you apply ourselves in our environment, I'm happy we're in Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe is going ahead to show how an environment can change in a blink of an eye. So it also says for you to be within the context, you also need to be swift, agile in your application. Don't raise your hands if your boss is here. How many are in organizations where ideas have existed for 5 years and never implemented? Don't raise your hand. Please be careful. Be careful. Be very careful. I have the liberty because I'm here. Be very careful. But I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. I know many an institution that talk about innovation, but I can assure you and challenge you to say in Zimbabwe we're not having any innovations taking place. We do what we're used to doing, and we love it, and we're comfortable in doing it. And we are masters at destroying innovation. Or let me say, we are professors at destroying innovation. Sometimes, perhaps for some without notice, but for some with notice. How many times have you been told an idea and you've never accepted? That's the sign. What clients want and their expectations, does it speak to what we give as solutions? I loved the word that my brother Walter used, solutions. Many of us talk products. Products are a similitude of wanting to force people to want what you have, and then they give you money. daylight robbery. Right? Let's give people solutions, because people are not in need of products. Right? A product is a pre-designed application of what you have thought that somebody needs, and you've priced it. But a solution is when you approach somebody, talk to them, hear what they are looking for, and you meet their expectations. And when they are paying you, it's not robbery, because they are paying for value. Technology, you can't ignore, you can't escape. I've seen colleagues of mine who try to continue propping the old way of doing things. Unfortunately, the world will never stop. It continues to move. Technology, the digital space is where we are. Please come into the context so that you actually provide solutions. I think in Zim we've seen, these are just examples, not to mean anything, just examples of what we know. Banks is an example. To what extent are banks useful to Zimbabwe? In their form, structure, and framework. The market is informal, the bank is formal. An example, if I want money from a bank, we do the old way, give me security of this much and do this, this and that. But what is the structure of our economy? Right, to the extent that some who have tried to theorize, to try and gloss a solution to it, they've said, let's try to bank the unbanked, so that we can feel good that we are trying to do something. We are not applying ourselves. I've challenged the economists who, when they are asked for an economic or an environmental analysis, they give some graphs, you know, that have zigzag graphs, you know, those intelligent ones. I'm saying, what are you talking about? What is this for and about? I have $10 here. There's a product there. Talk about what's here. I don't talk about the graphs and all that. Right? So we miss out the reality. So that's what relevance is about. To what extent can somebody think about you in your absence? That's relevance. So to the married, okay, let's not get there. All right? But that's what it is. Insurance. All right? Some have tried, but are we being relevant? All right? How many of us, this is not advertisement, how many of us would feel good to be buried by Nyarads when they die? Don't raise your hands, don't. Just think about it. How many have looked for Nyaradzo when there's been a death in the family? Are they relevant? Are they not? I'm giving Nyaradzo as an example because Philip Matarani is my brother, so I can just do whatever I want without consequence. All right? He's Nyati like me, that's why he's my brother. Have you ever seen how INSCO is making sure that they have presence, physical presence? I was shocked when I went to some place. I said, what? There's chicken in here. There's some place I went to, I said, there can't be chicken in, but I was looking at chicken in. As an example, right? And the people there, look, they feel honored because of the presence. That's relevance. Okay? I challenge insurers, pension funds as an example. They are designed in the European setup, where if an elderly person has gone past their working life, they go into a home. So what they need is money. But we, cleverly, took as was and applied in Zimbabwe. But we know when somebody is retired, they want a home, Musha, in Shona. So why not, whatever arrangement we have gives that at retirement to somebody, and to give them money. And we know what money has been like. I don't want to go down that road, but we know. That's the reimagination that's required. By the way, I always say this, nobody is coming home to save us. We're on our own. Hello? Nobody is coming. I can assure you. Anybody who comes, they're either coming to frustrate us or they're coming to give us hell. No solutions. We are on our own. So we are the people. There's nobody else but you. So if you don't do it when you wake up in the morning and you don't do something of imagination, something of thought, then we are missing the opportunity to impact this world and especially the context within which we find ourselves. So we also know if you have to have a value proposition, you need to be customer-centric, not the words that are written in annual reports. I've noticed annual reports, all annual reports, almost all of them. I think if you don't write customer centricity, I think it will fail the test. I think even auditors must be looking for where is customer centricity, right? But the reality of it is something else, right? Are we customer centric in our approach? Because when you say so, we are saying the person to dictate what you do is somebody else. And is that what's happening? Or we tell them what to do. Innovation, I talked about that. Transparency and trust. You know, issues of trust are something else. Very important. When we're trusted, then people can gain value from what we give, and we need to be communicating openly and transparently. The two words don't mean the same, though they are twins. Okay, I'm not going, like I said, it's not a lecture, so I'm not going to go talk about what's the difference between openness and transparency. Sustainable businesses are what we're looking for, those that run for a long time. Not to come by night and tomorrow you've disappeared. Right? Looking at how we're impacting socially is important, as is making a profit. So that people can say, indeed, there is this business that makes our lives better, right? And how do you make sure that your value proposition is of essence and is relevant? You make sure you have customer insights that you use to make sure that as you craft solutions, you also co-create them with customers or the expected customers. So that what you are creating is not what you are going to shove down people's throats just to get a price or a money or some revenue. And you do it across with innovation and ensure that when you have provided whatever solution you've provided, continue to engage and get feedback. Be brave to be given feedback that says your product is not so good or your product is good. And you can improve from there on, continuing to reimagine and improve your value proposition for clients to benefit. I'm sure we know these famous brands, but they've also noted that if they stayed where they were, they would not have been existing now, right? Tesla, Amazon, Netflix, right? They've done something about themselves to make sure that they continue to be relevant. And so can we as well in our different businesses. These, I think we know the demise of these from long back, all right? Now that Walter was saying, let's stand, can I ask us to stand and make a Kodak moment that you used to do when we were young? I know, don't. but I think you remember that film. So there's a friend of mine married, they wedded 1999, yes, in May, thereabout. So there was this, we called it a film, that room that you had. So they did 36 something, and there's 24, 36 something like that. Theirs were the 36 and the 24. They only have one photo out of it. The rest couldn't come out. So they always say, I wish we would have married now. At least we'd have something, that kind of thing. All right, but I'm just trying to make a point that these have gone. Let's make sure that we start to, as we create our value propositions, we start on a clean slate. In other words, just say, okay, I want to make a difference first. It has to come from the mind. And when you've believed so, then you start to connect with audience, whoever is going to be a customer, so that you can co-create solutions. And when you've done that, identify the opportunities for which you can provide solutions. And when you've done that, make sure that you think about the proposition itself, right? That you want to co-create, and make sure that you are setting your mind on benefits, not a list of features. Many companies, they advertise features and not benefits to a customer. Can I be hard? Most companies, when they're advertising, they talk about themselves than they talk about what they can give you for value. And much marketing budgets are put in self-glorification of a company. Hello? I know it's hurting, but it's a process that should we go past, we'll start to benefit each other. That's the essence of the businesses we have. And to be honest with you, the other steps to think about is, let's make sure what we do is done with simplicity, message is clear of what we are doing and what we want to communicate, making sure that our outcomes are very clear. When we have benefited you, this is what will happen. Let it be clear, not that it's sought for and it's not understood. Let's also make sure that when we are considering is running businesses that can continue sustainably, we look at the revenue streams. We have a business in our stable where the two lines of revenue are being challenged, both of them. So we have to think, what other revenue line can we have so that we can sustain the business? So it needs rethinking and reimagination. We need to prioritize sustainability and social impact that we have, and also make sure that we continue to interact and iterate and get feedback to become better as we improve. And then in conclusion, allow me to say the following. Reimagination of your value proposition is not a once-off thing, it's a continuous thing that you must do. So you can't sit and say, I reimagined last year. Yeah, that was for last year. We are now in 2024. Come on, we've moved already, right? And it involves deep thinking. Aspire to inspire before you have expired, all right? And requires proactivity. You don't need to wait for. Be imaginative and ensure that you propose even what has not been thought about. In other words, we're being challenged to define things. Our challenge generally is that we want to learn what has already been defined, and we don't define anything. From when you were born, what have you defined? Who's the oldest here? So that we can find out what they have defined in this life. Just one thing, not two, one. Don't raise your hand. Feel it in your heart and challenge yourself. What have you defined in this life? Than to follow what has been defined by others. When we were learning books, it was so that we can be clever to know that we can actually define. Now that we know, let's define things. Let's be masters of. When you come to measure the economic growth of Zimbabwe, we don't use GDP. Hello? We use this measure because of A, B, C, and D. And it works. That's what reimagination is about. That's what relevance is about. Right? And people pay for relevance. And allow me to just conclude by saying relevance in itself is about meeting, is not just about meeting today's demands, but also anticipating what may come. It's very important. So relevance is not only in the present, it also captures what's to come. So it's important that we apply ourselves and be imaginative. This is for those that love a lecture. So in case someone will say, his presentation was not what we asked him to do, all right, here it is. Reimagine your business value proposition so that you can create a more compelling and relevant offering that resonates with your target audience or customers market and drives long-term value of success. Because I think this is what we know from how we are trained. I know this will settle well. I just put it just there so that the end of this talk will not look like it was just flowing and floating. Here it is. But aspire to inspire before you expire. Please think. Please define. Please be of value. You have giftings no other person has. And this world is suffering because you are not giving. Your giving will come in what you define. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Doc. Inspire before you expire. So CA is, becoming a CA is not an end to itself. I think that's thought-provoking. Myself, I think I'm thinking of being an MC, Kumichato. Let's give it up for Dr. Fungura. Dr. Fungura, we have a little token of appreciation that will be presented to you by our Junior Vice President, Emmanuel Mudefi. It's a little Right, thank you once more, Shepherd. On our next slot is our sponsor, FBC, represented by Ms. Priscilla Sadomba, the Head of Investor and Communications. Let's give a round of applause as she comes forward. I think we have heard a lot, ladies and gentlemen, and we deserve a break. Why don't we go for a tea break? Then when we come back, we continue with our program. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may we settle down so that we are done in time. Okay. Hello at the back. Okay, welcome back. On our next slot, we have one of our big sponsors, ZB, represented by Cynthia Muzira, the executive head of marketing. Let's give a round of applause as she comes up.
Joint venture advice, management, buyouts, and valuation, all under one roof. We have 3 ways of serving you in the ZB Service Center. We have service consultants ready and waiting to serve you with huge ZB smiles who are dedicated just for you. We are well aware of the fact that you can walk into the service center with more than just one thing you want to do. And these men and women are prepared for that. They are ready to walk you through all our services and any needs you may have pertaining to financial services.
Thank you.
Introducing ICAZ President Madame Manyara Chigunduru, ICAZ Senior Vice President Bryce Musendo, ICAZ Junior Vice President Emmanuel Mudefi, ICAZ past presidents here present, Vulindela Ndlovu, Amelia Chisango, Tapiwa Chizana, Tumai Mafunga, Davison Charamba, ICAZ Council, CEO William Mandisoda, ICAZ members, ladies and gentlemen, a delightful morning to you. It is a great pleasure to stand before such a distinguished gathering of professionals, each of you dedicated to the meticulous craft of accounting. Today I'm here to share with you something that resonates deeply with all of us, the art of relevance, reimagining your value proposition. In our ever-evolving world, staying relevant is not just crucial, it's an art. It's about anticipating change, embracing it, and turning challenges into opportunities. As ZB, we understand this journey all too well. We have reimagined the way we do business to remain relevant to the markets we serve. And today, I'm excited to share our transformation journey with you. At the heart of our transformation is a simple yet powerful commitment to serve you better. We have embarked on an aggressive transformation journey, redefining our business model into 3 core pillars, that is banking, investments, and insurance. This redefinition is not just a change of structure, but a revolution in how we provide customized solutions tailored to meet the unique needs of you and your business. We believe our customers are our innovation, and we co-create solutions with them. Our commitment to digital financial solutions is unwavering. We prioritize customer experience and drive innovation across all facets of our operations. This digital-first approach allows us to offer robust corporate internet banking, structured finance, invoice discounting, and mortgage financing for both you and your business. Our solutions are designed to be as dynamic and as versatile as the markets we serve. We understand the importance of international trade payments, and we have established correspondent banking relationships worldwide to facilitate this. This global network ensures that no matter where your business takes you, ZB is there to support you. For those of you from the diaspora chapters, we know your heart still beats for investing back home. Whether you're looking at business investments or property investments, we have a perfect solution tailored just for you. Our offerings include property management, property development, project management, and remittance services specifically designed for the diaspora market. At ZB, we believe in the power of customized solution. We understand that each client needs are unique, and we are dedicated to delivering personalized financial services that exceed your expectations. We have reimagined our business to serve you physically, digitally, and virtually. Our service centers are designed to be single touch points where all your financial needs are met with the utmost efficiency and care. Our transformation journey is not just about staying relevant. It's about leading the way. We are not just a financial solutions provider. We are your partner in growth and success. We have reimagined our business to ensure that we're always one step ahead, providing you with innovative solutions that drive your success. We look forward to continuing this journey of relevance and value with you. Together, let's reimagine the future and create unparalleled value. I thank you.
Are you clapping for the assistants? All right, thank you very much, Cynthia. Guys, let's give a round of applause to Cynthia. All right, moving on with our program. In the next slot, we have a panel that is going to discuss climate change poses the biggest risks and opportunities to our businesses. And I would like to introduce to you the panelists, Joyce Munyanyi, an audit supervisor at KPMG, and she will introduce her panel. Let's give it a round of applause.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to acknowledge the presence of our ICAZ president, the vice president, the senior vice president, the junior vice president, and all the past presidents as well. I would also like to acknowledge all the speakers that came before me as I take the pleasure to moderate this session. So, in a world of accelerating change and emerging risks, companies should seek to evolve beyond the traditional boundary so as to safeguard the organizational value. And what I can guarantee you this morning is that this panel discussion is going to seek to delve into the complexities on navigating beyond this traditional management boundary, and with emphasis or perspective on climate change, like the MC has mentioned, that is the risks and opportunities on business. So I will call upon our panelists for this session. The first panelist is called Mr. Lebogang Jantjies, and he is a partner at KPMG South Africa. He has got over 19 years of experience, but I'll just speak to the experience that pertains to this ESG session. So Mr. Lebogang has audited sustainability reports, assisted clients with preparation of integrated reports, sustainability reviews, and preparation of materiality frameworks. He leads the ESG reporting service line in KPMG Southern Africa, and is involved in the broader ESG service offering as well. A round of applause for Mr. Lebo. Thank you very much. Our second panelist is called Charlotte De Kooker, and Charlotte is an Associate Director in the KPMG Sustainability with 15 years of experience in ESG assurance and advisory services. She is also an experienced professional in ESG reporting, ESG assurance, ESG risk management, and environmental liability assessments. And she has experience of working with organizations across the world, in Africa, in America, and so forth. And I'm sure you can see that our panel is well capacitated to take on this topic. So the discussion will go like this. each of the panelists is going to get a chance to set the scene, and then thereafter we'll move into the question and answer segment, and I hope I will get engagement from the floor. Thank you.
Hi. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me. I'm going to start this session with setting the scene. I'm just going to ask if the presentation can be loaded. Okay, 100%. I'm gonna, okay. Happy. Do you want to announce it? Please, thank you.
Hello? Is this working? I have high voice projection, so I don't know if the mic is working or not. Apparently there's been a change of program. Our panel will come back after the minister. We have a minister who is a keynote speaker, so he will come in the next 5 minutes. As he comes, we all stand, then we'll sing the national anthem, then we settle. Thank you.
If we can please have the national anthem before we start our proceedings. Thank you. Thank you. You can be seated. Good morning once again to all our members and our esteemed guests. At this point in time, it is my pleasure to welcome today a very important guest who has come to be with us during this winter school. Today we have our Honourable Deputy Minister, Honourable David Kudakwashe Mnangagwa. I think most of you may know him, you might have met him, you might have engaged with him, but I think today we are privileged that we have the man in the room, meaning that in terms of some of the questions that we may have, today we have got the opportunity to speak to him directly in terms of the issues that we are grappling with, given that as the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Zimbabwe, Ministry of Finance is our line ministry where we report to. So we actually have our ministry in the room. Honourable, would want to welcome you to our winter school. So if you can just allow me to just give a bit of a background or a profile of the Honourable Deputy Minister before he comes to the podium. The Honourable Deputy Minister boasts a diverse and impressive entrepreneurship and educational journey. In 2011, he obtained a Bachelor of Science degree in Business Administration and Actuarial Science from Drake University in the USA. He then worked at Aon Hewitt, which is a Fortune 500 company and one of the leading global insurance firms, as an actuarial associate in the United States between 2011 and 2014. Upon returning to Zimbabwe, he served in the National Building Society Board from 2015 to 2020, actively participating in the operational and decision-making processes to run the financial institution. He went on to pursue a Bachelor of Laws degree at the University of Zimbabwe and was recently registered as a legal practitioner by the High Court of Zimbabwe, further diversifying his academic background. The Honourable Deputy Minister's entrepreneurship track record also adds depth to his professional resume. He co-founded a notable venture capital firm, Flem Lily Venture Capital Group Private Limited, which specializes in private equity, investment, and financial advisory services. Flem Lily's portfolio boasts of interests in financial services, mining, real estate, and construction in Zimbabwe and beyond. Honourable Deputy Minister, would want to welcome you. If you can please come and address us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, for that very warm welcome. Allow me to start off by recognizing yourself, ICAZ President, Manyara Chigunduru, the ICAZ Senior Vice President, Mr. Bryce Musendo, ICAZ Junior Vice President, Mr. Emmanuel Mdefi. We have Asma Rizmuki, the International Federation of Accountants, IFAC President, past ICAZ presidents. We've got government officials here present. I recognize our Accountant General from the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion, Mr. Edwin Randasara. We have captains of industry. I recognize Mr. Shephard Fungura. I also think the chairman of Mtapa is here. If I've left anybody out, allow me to say all protocols observed, members of the Fourth Estate. A very good morning to you all. A very good morning to you all. It must have been a very interesting evening last night. Maybe I did not do myself a favor by coming this morning, but I am glad to be here. I understand that we have some visitors that came from the diaspora and from other countries. I would like to welcome you to Zimbabwe, especially to the majestic Victoria Falls, one of the 7 wonders in Zimbabwe. It is the ICAZ Winter School, but you've been brought to the warmest place in Zimbabwe, so we welcome you. Now, I'd like to express our deepest appreciation to the organizers of this event for inviting the government of Zimbabwe, specifically the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment Promotion, to present on the state of the economy and investment opportunities in the country at this ICAZ 2024 Winter School, running under the theme, The Art of Relevance, Reimagining Your Value Proposition. I'm particularly humbled to be here because in this room you have accountants and consultants to the major players in our country. So the mainstay of the economy is represented in this room. Henceforth, if there is no coalition or understanding or engagement between ourselves and yourselves, then much of our efforts might come to dust. So I thank you for inviting me here. Now, before moving into the business of the day, allow me to also take this opportunity to extend a warm welcome to Asma Rizmuki, who's the International Federation of Accountants IFAC President. Zimbabwe welcomes her. I understand that she's still across the border in Livingston, but will be joining us, but I just thought I'd mention, might not get a chance to do so. She's the first president from Africa Middle East region and the 3rd female president in IFAC's history. So that's something to be admired. Now, I believe ICAZ will make an effort to ensure that Asma Rizmuki and all other foreign participants have an opportunity to see one of the world's 7 natural wonders, the majestic Victoria Falls, Mosiatunya, as we call it here, meaning the smoke that thunders. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand that the ICAZ 2024 Winter School is a very important platform for sharing insights on optimizing value propositions, addressing the risks and opportunities posed by climate change, and integrating artificial intelligence with accounting to drive economic empowerment and innovation. These discussions are not only timely, but also critical for ensuring that our professionals remain at the forefront of global developments and can contribute effectively to our national growth. Now, I'm informed that one of the key sessions in the Winter School focuses on critical 21st century skills to remain relevant and elevate your value proposition in the marketplace. We actually had a discussion early on with the president, past president, junior president, senior vice. I like the democracy that is being demonstrated in ICAZ. I think we had about 4 or 5 presidents, junior, senior, past, former presidents. I think we can take a note from the book, from what we see here. It was a discussion on Ipsos, and I won't go into some of the issues that I raised. They might be very career limiting to myself, but maybe your presidents will share those a bit later. Anyways, this underscores ICAZ's commitment to continuous learning and adaptation in a rapidly changing world, thereby keeping its members relevant. By investing in human capital, it ensures that the workforce is equipped with the relevant skills and knowledge, laying a strong foundation for sustainable development. The insights gained from all the sessions will be invaluable in driving innovation, improving efficiency, and enhancing the overall competitiveness of our economy. I know that the participants are eager to participate in the panel discussion on the Zimbabwean economy and monetary policy, which I'll be part of. And as government, we always try and make sure that we avail ourselves for such engagements. I can assure you I've been roasted enough the times on this platform, and you're more than welcome to do the same. But key to these engagements is to always make sure that we come out of this seminar understanding government's position and government understanding your industry position, or else would not have taken full advantage of this winter school. So I'd hope that we can take full advantage to outline the issues that you're facing. I've already been given a slight brief, but we would like to deeper dive into some of these issues and see how we can assist and solve them together. So it is through such engagements that we share ideas and govern policy position critical for public policy formulation and implementation. These discussions will help shape our policies and initiatives and better align with the dynamic global economic landscape to ensure that they're well-informed, inclusive, and conducive to long-term growth. This collaborative approach is essential for creating an environment where businesses can thrive, investments can flourish, and the benefits of economic development can widely be shared. There's always a misnomer. People believe that government does not want businesses to thrive. I think government will be the biggest beneficiaries if businesses thrive and make money, and this is something that we understand, that environment needs to be created to make sure that businesses and our people flourish. So this is part of the reason why we're here. As a listening government, I would like to hear more from you in terms of what you're seeing as captains of industry. The administration of His Excellency, the President E.D. Mnangagwa, has an open door policy. Therefore, I'm here to listen to your concerns, recommendations for consideration. Now, let me move on to the state of the economy and monetary policy regime. My speech will reflect on the significant strides that our nation has made in its economic journey over the past few years as we endeavor to stabilize and grow our economy. I'll also touch on the monetary policy stance that the government has taken this year. I do understand that the governor, or at least the deputy governor, will also be here on a panel so that we can deeply interrogate these issues. Now, the Zimbabwean economy has been performing very well in the recent past, with economic growth recording an average of 6.6% in the past 3 years. I believe we registered growth of 8.5% in 2021, 6.5% in 2022, 5.5% in 2023. We're projected to slightly slow down this year because of the El Nino effect, but still there's been tremendous growth in the size of our economy, and I'm sure as accountants in your books, I would hope you're registering growth. If not, these are some of the discussions that we need to have as to what is hampering that growth. The notable growth is a testament of the government's commitment to implementing prudent fiscal, monetary, and structural reforms outlined through the economic blueprints, the TSP, Transitional Stabilization Program, NDS1, which we're currently under, ending in 2025, as we move on to the country's vision towards an empowered and prosperous upper middle income society by 2030. What does upper middle income society by 2030 mean? If one is to look at it at a granular level, we have accountants in the room. One might be tempted just to look at it as, the GDP per capita per person, which really can still be achieved if we have, large revenues coming from our mining, and, we're at that $5,000 GDP per capita. But the vision that His Excellency has is that the quality of life of our people reaches a level that is somewhat similar to those of our neighbors who are enjoying upper middle income society status. So you talk of your South Africa, your Namibia, your Botswana, these are countries within the region that have reached that level. We want to see our people reach that standard of living. What that means is that at an individual basis, at an institutional basis, we also need to have our own plans and roadmaps as to how we can fit into this vision. Government has been spearheading transformational growth as a template to show that it is possible for Zimbabweans to build their own country. But in doing that, government is venturing into space that the private sector should be in. But it was important that our people realize that indeed we can build our own roads, we can build our own dams, we can surpass historical records in our farming and be self-sufficient when it comes to agriculture, and we can do this as Zimbabweans. What the private sector needs to do, what your clients need to do, is to take a page from this and now overtake what government has been doing. It is important that as Zimbabweans we take ownership of this journey. There's no one coming to assist us, there's no one coming to help us, we're on our own. Henceforth, it means that the public and the private need to work together to ensure that the national cake grows. So that this is just to break down what Vision 2030 is and how each person fits into it. I'm hoping these can be part of the discussions that we have. So such reforms have resulted in the country overcoming the challenges of the twin fiscal and current account deficits, which have been a perennial challenge affecting the economy. Government has also made substantial investments in infrastructure such as water, roads, and ports of entry. This has gone a long way in improving the doing business environment in Zimbabwe. However, the country is still facing challenges which require attention in the areas such as resolution of our debt overhang, further doing business reforms, and access to affordable capital. I'm glad we also have bankers in the room, especially for infrastructure development, for private sector investment. Again, there are some profitable infrastructure projects that government is embarking on. There's no emotional attachment to these. These are projects that the private sector should be undertaking. So we encourage our asset managers, our pension funds, to look into this as part of their pipeline of portfolios. Now, on price and exchange rate stability, government through the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe introduced a new currency called Zimbabwe Gold on the 5th of April, replacing the Zimbabwe dollar. Since the introduction of ZiG, we have witnessed significant price and exchange rate stability. Specifically, the ZiG has helped curb excess depreciation of the local currency and its inherent effect on prices, and brought about the much needed stability to our currency. If I'm speaking the truth, I think I'll get a round of applause on that one. Glad, because I understand that this is making your jobs as accountants so much easier. At least I would hope it is. And I understand that there's still anxiety. There's still some people who think that, is this going to last? Are we not going to wake up again tomorrow and go back to our old accounting practices? I can assure you this stability is going to sustain. We'll continue doing the right thing. Now, the gains and stability brought by the ZiG and the tight fiscal and monetary policies cannot be overstated. Therefore, government will continue to monitor the situation and intervene when necessary. In the meanwhile, the tight fiscal and monetary policies will be maintained and adjusted when it is necessary. Other supportive measures will be adopted, including policies to support the use of local currency in the country. Recently, Treasury granted corporates to pay their second quarter corporate tax on the ratio of 50-50, as announced in the 2024 Monetary Policy Statement, while allowing transitioning time for payment of other tax heads, mostly in the local currency. I know for the second QPD, it might not have been concretized the way we wanted it to be, but these will be coming next week. The Minister, Professor Mthuli Mncube, will be presenting the midterm budget review, as well as the 2025 budget strategy paper next week. In this, you will see a cocktail of measures to support the ZiG, to support our local currency, as well as to continue maintaining the stability that we have been experiencing since April after the introduction of the ZiG. Now, in terms of accounting for public finances, government has taken a stance to standardize the production of its financial statements by adopting the International Public Sector Accounting Standards, IPSAS, in 2018. This means that all government MDAs, that's the ministries, departments, and agencies, are required to produce IPSAS-compliant financial statements starting in 2025. Your leadership expresses some concern and reservations whether the public sector will be ready by 2025. We agreed to disagree on some issues, but let us endeavor to make sure that if it is an educational roadmap that needs to start now until next year, or any stopgap measures that need to be put, we move to IPSAS and have more accountability in our systems. Now, in preparation for the total migration from other financial reporting standards such as IFRS and cash basis accounting, work has been going on with all the MDAs and local authorities making tremendous efforts to meet the 2025 deadline. Now, this initiative is meant to enhance transparency, accountability, and efficiency within our public institutions by aligning our public sector accounting practices with international standards, ensuring that our financial reporting is transparent and reliable. The ICAZ PSPA qualification is very important in building a cadre of highly skilled public sector accountants who are equipped to manage public resources effectively and efficiently. The qualification is also necessary and essential in building the capacity for MDAs to transition smoothly to IPSAS. Now, in conclusion, let me reiterate that the transition to ZEG, coupled with tight fiscal and monetary policies, has set us on a path of stability and growth. We're confident that we are building a resilient economy. From the growth figures that we've had, it is quite evident that as a country we are quite resilient. There was macroeconomic stability, but that was under attack from our currency volatility. This was the last piece in making sure that we have full macroeconomic stability. So this is something that both the private and public sector should safeguard jealously so that we don't go back to times yesteryear. Moreover, the professionalization of the public sector, supported by ICAZ, and all of you will complement government's efforts in driving the much-needed inclusive economic growth as we move towards the 2030 mark, and ensuring that we have a governance framework that is transparent and accountable whilst building our country. Together, we are creating a brighter future for Zimbabwe, one marked by prosperity, stability, and sustainable development. I'd like to thank you for your commitment and dedication to this journey. I thank you. Asante sana.
Another round of applause for the Honourable Deputy Minister. Thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Minister, for those words of wisdom. I think from what you have said, there are a lot of opportunities for us as chartered accountants in the projects that are taking place, the projects that are being done even at government level. These are the people who deal with the numbers. So I believe there are a lot of opportunities for us as chartered accountants. And also the aspect of currency stability that you raised, Honourable Deputy Minister, it is something that we are looking forward to, because we have been having a lot of nightmares when it comes to financial reporting. I think my colleagues here, they can actually testify on that. And it is our hope that whatever policies that are going to be put in place, they will help on currency stability, especially when the midterm budget is going to be presented next week by Honourable Minister. Then in terms of IPSAS compliant financial reporting, I think we are happy to say that as ICAZ we've been at the forefront in terms of capacitating government, moving away from cash-based accounting to accrual-based accounting, but it is a process, because this is something that is coming maybe now within a short period of time, because the expectation is by the year 2025, which is next year, all government institutions should be IPSAS compliant. So it is also our hope that we'll get support from government in terms of the process of transitioning from cash-based accounting to accrual-based accounting. Again, it is not an event, but it is going to be a process. And I believe our colleagues here will definitely help in that respect. And at this juncture, Honourable Minister, if you can maybe allow us to just get some few questions from the floor, which our Honourable Deputy Minister will be in a position to respond to. I'm just going to take 5 questions from the floor. So if there are questions, this is the time. We have the Honourable Deputy Minister with us in this closed room, so it means we can ask our questions. So I need 5 questions for the Honourable Minister. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Comrade Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, I just want us to reflect. Okay.
Can you please stand?
Okay. Deputy Minister, I just want us to reflect a bit on the current stability we are experiencing, especially on the exchange rate front between the ZIG and the US. And also relate that to the public debt, which the government has locally. Is this stability due to fundamentals or as a result of maybe slow paying of the debt that we currently had? And also, what's the government plan in as far as settling this debt? We fear once you start settling, we are going to experience a runoff in exchange rate again. But we note the efforts that you are doing, and we hope the mid-term will come up with a solution for the public debt. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Deputy Minister. So I wanted to just get into a bit more detail in terms of ZIG acceptance, getting ZIG. I know the President has made some announcements working towards getting ZIG to almost be a monocurrency in Zimbabwe. But just looking at where we are now, monetary policy statement saying 85% of our transactions are US dollar, and looking at the management of the liquidity because of, the other repercussions that could come if we just let things, go without control. And then we're looking at the midterm budget, and you're saying that there are going to be measures in place to augment ZIG acceptance, etc. Realistically, what timeline do you think is realistic in terms of us getting to that stage where we say ZIG can now be generally accepted without negative impact on the economy? Because it now sounds like it could be something very short term, and yet when we look at what has happened before, it has happened over a period of time. And I just wanted to know whether you believe in the short term that's possible, or we need to work towards with a longer time horizon. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I will allow the Honourable Deputy Minister to answer those 2 questions, and then we move on to the next questions.
I don't know, is this working? Okay. I'm not sure if everybody in the back of the room can hear me clearly. Owen, can you hear me? Okay. It's unfortunate no one introduced themselves or where they're from, but I'm not going to come after the program and try find where you are. But for the first question,
it's Tapiwa. It's Tapiwa, I'm sure.
From Tapiwa, I'm sure.
Thank you. Yes.
Tapiwa, I'm sure, asked us to reflect on the currency stability that we're currently experiencing, and I think this is coming from past traumas that we've had where we have bouts of stability, and then there's an event that happens, and then all of a sudden we're back to where we came from and wondering, how do we get out of this? I think this time we can all agree that in coming up with a structured currency, the markers are now much easier for everybody to tell whether government is doing what they say they would, are the monetary authorities sticking to their word or not. What this structure is going to do is confine the expansion of reserve money to the full extent of what is in the vaults, which is the gold and US dollars mainly. The reason why this is there is to make sure that if there is ever a run or a rejection on ZIG, the governor can simply take back his ZIG and give you your US dollars to the full extent of the US dollars that we have. If we need to liquidate some gold into US dollars so that you get your money, you will. But what the fiscal authorities will then do is make sure that you need the ZIG to meet your obligations, whether it's through tax, whether it's through some of our regulatory obligations. These are some of the measures that will be coming in the midterm review. This structure is something that is measurable, that will keep even the fiscal authorities, I guess, aligned in their supervisory role of the monetary authority. Everyone wants this to succeed. Now, your question was coming from the debt overhang that we have. Are we not, for the sake of paying some of the arrears that we have, going to start printing money, which speaks to the quasi-fiscal activities that used to happen? Why the makeup is now different from last year, for example. You had a situation where we get a loan from an external lender. The external lender decides, look, government, you owe too much. I don't trust that if I give you money, you'll pay me back. I'd rather give this money to the Reserve Bank because they have a surrender from exporters. The external loan would come in through the Reserve Bank, but the Reserve Bank does not collect any taxes. What do they do now when they need to convert that surrender to cash to pay back the loan? They would create more liquidity. Now, by law, this cannot happen anymore. The Reserve Bank cannot borrow at all. There has to be concurrence from Treasury. Before, this used to happen willy-nilly. So there's the legal structure in place to make sure that doesn't happen. Government assumed the debt and liabilities that the Reserve Bank had to clean the Reserve Bank's balance sheet. What does that mean? There is no reason for the Reserve Bank to print money to satisfy any obligations. So we can say going forward, currency stability, at least from the Reserve Bank's position, will not be affected by either quasi-fiscal operations or creating excess liquidity. We now come to the fiscal front. We've taken up all this debt. How are we going to pay for it? The short and quick answer to it is we're going to do it through our tax collections. There is no other way. What government has been doing, and this will come out in the budget, is we are running on a cash budget, so to say. Whatever we are receiving is what we're spending. We are not creating a budget deficit in excess of, the 1.5%, as was pronounced by the minister in the budget. We've gone a step further, and I think I hinted to this in my speech. For some of the expenditure that government is currently undertaking, we are inviting the private sector through pension funds, through our financial and capital markets to come and participate so that government does not have to be financing road infrastructure, does not have to be financing building of dams, so that government can actually focus on some of the social services and build clinics and hospitals and free up some of this funding. Using short-term funding for long-term infrastructure is never a good idea, but like I said, it's important to create a template to show that things can be done. So in as far as the matrix and how we're going to pay back the debt. I think the profile has been there in the budget. What is budgeted for is what will be paid for the debt. Some of the legacy debts, especially internally, we are sitting down with the creditors, seeing if we can restructure some of the debt. There will be no coercion, but where one maybe can take a haircut and be paid much earlier, these are some of the discussions that we're having. So, Tapia, to answer your question, debt will be paid from taxpayers' money, no other way. So there will be no inflation. There will be no threat to currency. I don't know if that satisfies your question, or maybe in accounting it's a bit different. It's okay. Yeah. We know what was causing the inflation and what was causing the currency volatility. If we go back and do that, then you can start saying, there's something that's off, there's something that's about to happen. But as I said, if the fiscus continues on the path that we're on, 97% of government expenditure is coming from taxpayers' money. 97%. That's more than any other African country. We've got no aid, we've got no external loans coming in. All the projects, all the infrastructure growth, the transformation that you're seeing is actually coming from the people of Zimbabwe. What that means is just a reallocation of some of our resources if the private sector can participate. And this is an active drive that we're taking, and that is actually being taken up. So you will find that some of these roads that ordinarily would have been prepaid or paid by government within the year, you have some private equity funds coming in with a 3-year facility, 4-year facility, which breaks down the payment over 4 years and gives government some breathing room. There are structures that are coming. People are starting to participate because they're seeing that there's growth, there's money to be made, but more importantly, we're building our nation. So that can give you assurance that the stability will be maintained as long as we stick to the path that we're on. So I think I've satisfied Tapia's question. And then there was the lady in the back. She alluded to ZIG acceptance, where right now we've got 85% of our transactions in US dollars, 15 to 20% in ZIG, and what timeline to get to acceptance of ZIG. I want to rephrase a question, if she'll allow me, because I would like to believe that ZIG has already been accepted, but maybe we're talking more on the de-dollarization roadmap from the 85% USD, maybe to 85 ZIG. The structure right now where we have 80 to 85% of the transactions in US dollars is not a function of our people not wanting to use 85% local currency. It is the structure that we have in place. Of the 2-point-something billion US dollars that are in circulation, about 2 billion of that is actually in US dollars, and the other 300 odd billion are in ZIG. What that means is that to be able to move to 100% de-dollarization, we need to have at least 2.5 billion within our vaults, worth of gold, worth of cash, to make sure that all the money that is in circulation in the banking system right now is fully covered. This 2 billion US dollars, or 85% of US dollars, is not government money, it is people's money. So right now, chances are, if you have money in your pocket, $80 is US dollars, and the 20 equivalent is in your wallet or in your bank. That is the structure of the economy, that is the structure of people's finances, even the structure of civil servants' paychecks. 75 to 80% is in foreign currency, with the remainder in local currency. To be able to absorb that US dollar and create more ZIG, there has to be enough backing, or else we go back to Tapia's problem and concern, whereby we might have inflationary pressures. Now getting to the timeline, if we were to increase our stockpile of reserves from I think we're now up to over 3 tons, but to $2 billion worth of reserves, I would say we could immediately de-dollarize. Without the market, without exporters or importers feeling the pain, without ordinary people feeling that there's been a change, because the money is still yours. It's just that you won't be able to use it in Zimbabwe. You'll be forced to change the US dollars in your pocket into ZiG so that you can transact. So this journey, which we've given up until 2030, will be predicated on how fast we can build our reserves of cash, diamonds, gold, to make sure that there's full fungibility between the local currency and the foreign currency. We want to make sure that from the lessons learned from yesteryear, we don't repeat, and always put the market to the test and make sure that they have full confidence in the currency that they're transacting in. Madam President, I'm not sure if I answered her question. I could see her nodding. She has the mic, yes.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. My name is Valerie. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Minister, for that comprehensive response. If I can have 2 more questions.
Thank you, Madam President. My name is Brighton Doradza, and my question to the Honourable Minister is just to understand some of the measures that are there to increase the tax base, and particularly looking at the informal sector. So if you can maybe comment on that, to just tell us some of the measures that the government is putting in place to expand the tax base. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question?
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister. My name is Adelaide. Thank you. I think I appreciate that you have your plans in place.
Excuse me, Adelaide, yes. Hold on. If you can please stand up.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Honourable Minister. So my question, just as a layman, as someone who wants to use the ZiG, is in your plans, when do you think maybe we'll be able to buy all commodities using ZiG? For example, I'm referring to fuel mainly. We can't buy fuel using ZiG. So I think it sort of creates a sort of bit of mistrust, for lack of a better word. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Minister. If you can please kindly respond to those 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me start off with Brighton Raradza's question on what measures government is taking to increase the tax base. I think this comes on the back of a realization that we've got a very large informal economy, which means that for the 97% of expenditure that I mentioned is coming from tax revenues, it is only coming from those who are in the formal market, which indeed would increase pressure on well-established businesses, and it's almost as if there's an added burden or tax on being formal. So if we're to widen the tax base, it really reduces pressure on most businesses. And I want to maybe go back to what makes the Zimbabwean economy so resilient and why we have managed to survive for as long as we have now, and why some of these structural issues that have been good for us can also be bad for us. 60% of the gold that is produced in this country that we export is coming from the small-scale miners. And I say 60% of what is measured, which means that if we count that which is being smuggled, there's probably a lot more. What this means is that there's a lot of US dollars in circulation within the people. This is coming from, artisanal miner in Siloela. He sells his 1 gram of gold. He gets his 75 US dollars. He puts it in his pocket. That's already money that has been created, that goes into the system, and we're happy about this. This is what makes our economy robust, because we are creating wealth. It's coming from the ground, and it's new money. But the challenge that you have is, once someone has that 75 US dollars in their pocket, they're using that same money to go pay for a haircut, for a drink or whatever it is, and you perpetuate the informalization of the economy. Now, if you say that you want to pay your small-scale miners in ZiG or in any other currency, they'll simply just migrate and go to the alternative market. So you always want to make sure that the gold is coming through. That is what is anchoring our currency. We need those exports for some of our revenues. But that also creates a lot of US dollars in circulation. US dollars in circulation by way of notes will create informalization. Now, part of the need to de-dollarize is realizing that as long as we continue to use the US dollar, we'll continue having an informal market, and government will never realize its full potential in terms of collections. The only way we can fully maximize on the tax base is when we're using our own currency. If it is the current structure that it is there now, where it's 85% US dollars, 15% ZiG in everybody's pocket, it just means that you're only able to tax those who have fiscal devices, who have bank accounts, who are transacting in a formal manner. But there's a much bigger economy out there. So this is to make sure that we're then able to capture these transactions. But it doesn't mean that government's not doing anything. We are interrogating our tax infrastructure and framework, particularly on the presumptive taxes. For all these informal businesses, we know their addresses, we know where they're located, we know what type of businesses that they're engaged in. We're coming up with formulas to make sure that within a certain square meter of a shop downtown, where they call tuck shops. I'm not sure if anyone has been downtown at the tuck shops, but they're not actually tuck shops. Some of these are as big as warehouses, but they're called tuck shops. And they actually push more than some of our, your N-Riches, for example. So we need to find a way to tax some of these people who have closed the bigger warehouses and formal shops and gone into the tuck shops to make sure that they evade tax, because it's simply more profitable to do that. Again, this involves changing some of our laws, and I understand that the market is not too happy whenever there's an SI after SI. So we're trying to just consolidate some of these efforts so that we have an omnibus of legislation coming out. So there are measures and a need to increase the tax base. If right now the current expenditure is coming from taxpayers, and we can estimate our informal economy to be at least 50% of what is there right now, it means that we can double overnight if we harness the informal sector. So these are some of the measures that are being taken. The Minister of Industry and Commerce is also making sure that they have some policies to encompass our small to medium enterprises. Zimstat is currently undertaking an economic census. What this census is going to do is give us a picture of the full extent of the informal economy. How much are we foregoing? Where are they? And what is actually happening outside of what we see in the formal system? So again, it is a journey. The census will be done by 2026. But by 2025, we should have an idea of where these businesses are, how much they're making, and how we can harness from that. So this is what we're doing, Brighton. I'm not sure if that satisfies your question, but that is what we're doing as government, at least for now, unless you follow up with a suggestion, which would be more than welcome. And then Adelaide was asking as a layman, and I'm also a layman, Adelaide, when one tries to complicate some of these issues, I think they become too complicated, and then everybody just lets it go. But your question was, when will we be able to purchase everything in ZIG? Including, you made particular reference to fuel. So as it is right now, our US dollar equivalent of ZIG has grown to about 380 million from the 285 that it was on the 5th of April, which means that if you had to convert all the ZIG that is available in the market, it's about 370 million that is backed. Fuel, as a nation, I think we consume, if I'm not mistaken, about 5 million liters a day, which is about 20 odd something million liters. In a month, you're looking at over $100 something million worth of fuel. Just fuel alone can consume all the ZIG within a month and a half. This is the reality of having ZIG-priced fuel. And unfortunately, it is also one of the biggest cost drivers for the whole of industry. Now, how did this dispensation of the US dollar fuel come about? It came at a time when Zimbabwe was experiencing long fuel queues because of the mismatch between the inflationary Zim dollar and the US dollar, until the fuel dealers and government sat down and came to an agreement. Fuel dealers would be able to sell their fuel in US dollars as long as they could guarantee supply. That social contract was put into place and has seen no shortages of fuel. I think Zimbabweans have actually completely forgotten that you could spend hours or days in a fuel queue. That hasn't happened in the past 6 years due to that social contract. Now, to be able to review that contract, you need to sit down with the same players and look at the cake of ZIG that is within the nation, look at the demand of fuel that is required by the country, and see if there can be a balance. And these are the discussions that are currently underway. I do not think it would be possible to have all the fuel in the country sold in ZIG immediately. I think that would create an even bigger problem than the one that we're trying to solve. As I mentioned, right now, Adelaide, as a layperson, if we're to look in your purse or in your pocket, you have 80 US dollars and 20 in ZIG in your wallet. That is the reality of the economy. 80% is in US dollars and 20% is in ZIG. And this cuts across even the civil service. 75 to 80% of what they're paid is in US dollars, and 20 to whatever percent is in ZIG, which means that in real terms, people can, out of pocket, out of the US dollars they have, for now, purchase fuel. It's a transition that we are, where at 85-25, maybe we want to see 20% of our service stations or 25 or 20% of the receipt being sold in ZIG, but these are discussions underway. So this is as simple as I can put it. The economy cannot sustain a full de-dollarization of fuel. There just isn't enough ZIG to support that. There would be a mismatch between purchasing fuel, paying for your taxes, your VAT. It would be chaotic. The structure does not allow for that. And we do not want to disappoint Tapiwa and then print more ZIG so that people can purchase fuel and then pay their taxes. But in the meantime, we're unable to provide the US dollars for the fuel dealers to go and purchase the fuel from their suppliers. So this is the praxis and the reality of the situation. So what the de-dollarization roadmap will mean is that at a certain time, I'll not give what the timelines are, you'll find that will be at 50-50. At that point, it would be justified to have at least half of our service stations selling in ZiG and others selling in US dollars, because we know that the other 50% is fungible, and we can provide the support to make sure that our service stations don't run dry. So these are some of the discussions and the realities that are there. And I know sometimes that they become a bit emotional, but when we actually put in the reality and self-introspect as to the makeup of our own personal financial ecosystem, you then realize how extrapolated and at a national level the whole country is working. Just look at your personal finances, see what percentage you have in US dollars and what percentage you have in ZiG, and you realize that if you're an average person, this is what is averaging throughout the economy. So how then will you then be able to sustain a full de-dollarization of your expenditure while you're still holding US dollars in your pocket? The challenge that we have now is everybody wants to pay for services in ZiG, but no one wants to use their own US dollars and exchange them for ZiG. It's a huge structural problem, but again, it can only get solved by time and building of confidence. But this is the reality of the situation, especially on the fuel and some of the other goods and services. It will move as we de-dollarize.
Thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Minister. Maybe at this juncture, what we would do, because the Honourable Deputy Minister is with us today and even tomorrow, we can interact with him, we can ask the questions that we would want to ask, because I think because of time, we need to move to the next level of our program. But maybe for me, Honourable Deputy Minister, just maybe a suggestion or my humble request, especially where issues of national interest are being discussed or where policies are being put into place, I am kindly requesting that as the profession, the accounting profession, that is always at the tail end of these decisions or at the tail end of these policies, can we please be involved in your round tables, whether they are closed meetings, whether they are forums, especially where each policy has got an effect on numbers, because so many times policies are put in place and the profession will be the last to know what is happening. So it is just a humble request, maybe which you can follow up after this meeting to then see how we can continue to work together in such issues. But otherwise, Honourable Deputy Minister, we would want to thank you.
Madam President, I want to send it back to you.
Yes.
And say that we have a midterm review next week. I think the whole country and industry knew or knows that there's going to be a review, but I never saw a position paper from ICAZ. I never saw. I look at all the mail that comes in. I never saw a suggestion, an impact analysis, a request, or even a one line that says, Ministry of Finance, you are making our lives as accountants difficult. We never got that. And why I mention this is people believe that the Ministry of Finance is this big black box where secret discussions happen and then big decisions are made after just a few people come together. But it is actually through interactions like this, I think our Accountant General. So our Accountant General, Mr. Edwin Randasara, is actually the man responsible for all the payments in the country. So whenever someone is not paid or is paid, it's the man who's sitting right there. He's the real exchequer. He's the treasurer. But what happens, Madam President, is these engagements, I think at this juncture that we're in, need a proactive approach from industry. whenever it comes to crunch time, the Ministry of Finance may get so inundated with the administration work that sometimes it slips under the cracks that ICAZ is there. But as long as there is a position from ICAZ, we might actually pick up something that is essential to the work that we're doing. You know, no one wants to produce a half-baked product, not even the Ministry of Finance. And if possible, we could outsource all these processes to everybody out there, but that's not the structure of government. So the challenge to you, Madam President, is that if there's ever a time that you knock on our door, or there's a position paper that is not entertained, you can call us back to this same platform and say the Minister of Finance does not listen. They come here and then they read whatever they read and then they go, but they're not a listening ministry. They have, you know, sticks in their ears. So it is a challenge to yourself and to everybody in this room to try and be proactive in our processes. There's a budget strategy paper that has come out. There will be a call for engagements, for submissions. It is not just a process. These are the ones we actually take seriously. So you find that zvichemo zvemapoliticians ndozvinotanga kusvika. Because whenever we say we want to hear the people, the politicians, they take it seriously. And they actually write what they want. They write what the policy suggestions and everything. But the professional bodies actually just sit back and wait. And what happens is when we now come with a cocktail of measures that has come from the people, we take what has come from the people. So let us be a bit more engaging. Madam President, Junior President, Senior President, Past President, all the Presidents.
Thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Minister. What you have said is true, but from a budget perspective, we've always submitted our submissions. Maybe there are other issues outside the budget where the profession is always left out. And I also take note of what you have said, and I believe our members here present have also taken note of what you have said to then say, if you are having challenges, let's bring them forward, and then as ICAZ representing everyone, we can then take it to the ministry because the ministry also works with us. Otherwise, thank you so much, Honourable Deputy Minister, for the comprehensive responses and the representation that you have given us. We do appreciate your presence at our winter school today. And I think, as I said, our Honourable Deputy Minister is still around. We can still have discussions, we can still ask questions, especially those who have not been able to ask any questions because of our time. Otherwise, at this point in time, if we can be upstanding as we go down the podium. Thank you.
All right. Let's give another round of applause to our Deputy Minister. As we continue with our program, I'll call upon the next panel being led by Ms. Munyanyi. Thank you.
Thank you, MC. I'm sure we had introduced the panel already, and because of our time, we'll just get straight to the presentations. Thank you.
Good afternoon or good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and all honourable members. Thanks again for having me. We go take two on the presentation. I'm very privileged to talk to you today on climate change. The Chartered Accountant audience, it's not my background, but I've been working for Chartered Accountants for the last 18 years, and I'm married to one, so hopefully now I'm part of one, part of you all. We're going to start this presentation today just by setting the scene. There we go. Technology is not my thing, environment is. Just by setting the scene and bringing everybody back, we normally see that by introducing this topic, often with people with outside of the science field, they don't always understand all the terms and lingo that we talk about. So I thought just to start this presentation and just bringing everybody again up to speed about, if we talk about climate change, really what do we mean and why is it so important? So if we say climate change, it's really talking about the warming of the earth as a result of GHG or greenhouse gas emissions that's emitted by human processes. This has been researched extensively by scientists under the International Panel of Climate Change, and where they've evaluated and confirmed that the warming of the earth is due to human activities. When we measure that human activities, we measure it from pre-industrial levels or from the 19th century as a baseline when scientists measure it, and it's evaluating that warming of the earth from that level. What the scientists has then also come together in 2015 under the United Nations Climate Change Conference, or COP as it's known currently, where they've presented this results to nations and indicated that at that point already we've warmed the earth to 1.2 degrees already, with a locked in to 1.5 degrees. As at 2013, globally, we've reached that 1.5 already. But what does it mean? We all like a warmer climate, I'm sure. So why do we care about the warming of the earth? It's really due to the impact that warming has on the climate, the natural climate systems and processes, and it's causing climate disruption. And as soon as we hit the 2-degree mark, science is telling us that disruption cannot be reversed. So we cannot really reverse it anymore through any policy or intervention that humans are emitting. So that is really our benchmark, our line, in order to reduce the frequency and intensity of the climate events and then the rising of the sea levels due to the ice caps melting. The nations, in terms of just bringing it back to, I think, policy, global policy, during the Paris Agreement or that conference in 2015, all nations, or 196 nations, including Zimbabwe, has committed to the Paris Agreement and therefore committed to implementing policies and within the nations in order to reduce global greenhouse emissions from those nations. Bringing everything back to the Southern Africa environment, again, the nature of the impacts and the disruptions across the globe varies, but in terms of the Southern Africa environment, what we are seeing, the core areas of disruption is regards to heat, which has had, science is telling us, extensive amount of impact on production, in labor, and obviously that has different impact on where the laborers work, but significantly so on the agricultural sector. It also has a significant impact on the droughts that we are already experiencing in a lot of our region, and then the ultimate effect it has in terms of whoever's relying on water. And then in terms of rainfall, we're also experiencing extreme rainfall. But ultimately, I think the message from this is, although we're seeing this disruption, especially in our environment, it's often the social impacts and the socioeconomic impacts that impacts countries more so than the actual event itself. Lastly, I am just in relation to Zimbabwe, I think key sectors that want to highlight based on research, key sectors that's at risk is really the agricultural sector, the water due to the high reliance on runoff or surface water, and then the forestry, and again the socioeconomic and tourism requirements and reliance on this. That's not always understood or measured. Bringing everything back to, I think, companies. It's not all about nations and nations' commitments. Companies globally, also through those who regulate companies, have understood that companies play a very important role in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions beyond regulations. And there's a lot of work that's been available in relation to how companies commit to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. However, as at 2023, we do see that a lot of companies have committed to greenhouse gas reduction, which often the term is used, meeting net zero, but those commitments are unfortunately not necessarily always sufficient, and through research we do note that the alignment of those are not always aligned to that critical 2-degree mark. And as of 2013, there's still a lot of global organizations that haven't even made that commitment, although you are measuring and reporting on greenhouse gas emissions, haven't had any commitment to reduce that to the critical line. On the other side of understanding this climate change impacts and the environment around climate change, in terms of the corporate, is also the impacts that climate change has on corporates. So not just your contribution to climate change or company's contribution, but also the impact it has and how you're building a more resilient company. So on that note, I'm going to hand over to Lebogang. He'll take you through that bit of the presentation, and then we'll go into the panel discussion.
Thank you, Charlotte. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Honourable Minister and President of ICAZ, the past president. I heard there's quite a few, the juniors, and that. Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Lebogang Jantjies. Lebogang is a Setswana name, which in Ndebele means bongani. So I have been sitting here and listening to various speeches. I must commend you, Honourable Deputy Minister, on your candidness of responding to questions. I think it's a good thing to see. You know, I am a partner in KPMG Southern Africa. I'm based out of Johannesburg. It's really nice to join you in this winter school, which is held at such a nice place. I need to speak to ICAZ. Madam President, I think you need to invite me to more of these sessions, you know. I didn't know that accountants can have fun, you know. I know accountants as serious people with grey suits. That's why I'm wearing one myself, you know. And so in the next ones, I know what to do. If you invite me, then I'll come prepared, you know. So if we get down to the topic at hand, really about climate change, I think how does this work? Click. I've clicked all buttons. There's something I'm doing wrong. But while we are trying to sort this out, on the topic at hand, really, climate change poses risks not only to I point there. I was pointing at the wrong direction. Walter earlier did say DJ, and then there was music coming. So I should have actually realized I need to point there. So on the topic of climate change, it poses a risk not only to business, but to our very own existence as humans. The results of climate change are known to us here in Zimbabwe, in SADC, and the world and across the world. As Charlotte mentioned, corporates and countries are not meeting commitments of reducing carbon emissions. This in itself results in risks. It results in extreme weather events that disrupt supply chain, they disrupt manufacturing, also distribution of goods and services. It has negative impacts on biodiversity, which affects us as human beings, our own health, and also natural resources that we consume. It has issues of water scarcity and scarcity of other key resources that we need. On market risks, there is reputational risks, which is attached to climate impact. We have seen successful companies being successfully sued for their impact on climate, on environment. This we have seen in the global north, if you look at where the most cases are coming from. But as a trend, we are seeing that it is coming to global south, where companies or corporates will be held accountable for climate change or for the impact on the environment. On societal risk, we see many displaced communities, increased poverty. All these are our current realities. Recently in Zimbabwe, the Honourable President Emmerson Mnangagwa declared, or the state declared, a national disaster over the El Nino that Honourable Deputy Minister referred to earlier. It is an impact of climate change. It's the reality that we live. Malawi recently faced floods from the cyclone, which resulted in a couple of people being displaced and communities not living the way they're supposed to. In South Africa, currently in KwaZulu-Natal, they are fighting the veld fires, which are being perpetuated and fueled by the results of climate change. In the past couple of months, 3 months or so, we had a tornado that hit KwaZulu-Natal. Lots of communities displaced, lots of loss of life, that we experienced. In 2022, in KwaZulu-Natal again, we experienced torrential rains that displaced communities, that almost destroyed the Durban as the city as you know it. So all these trends are resulting really in investors, funders, communities and customers rethinking their relationships with companies. Investors and funders are now looking to invest in businesses that are sensitive to issues of sustainability and climate change. Consumers are also conscious about what they consume. Where are the products coming from? Are they produced in a sustainable manner? Are they coming from the environment where there's sensitivities about the climate and the environment? The new generation of employees are also aware of these issues, and they look to say, the company that I work for, does it do the right things? So these are the risks really that faces corporates, and all of you sitting here are business leaders, CEOs, CFOs, and finance professionals. It is through you that the businesses will be able to respond to these issues. But also, having said that about the risks, there are also opportunities which come with the climate change issues. Investors, as I mentioned, are looking for businesses with long-term sustainable strategies. And the companies with long-term sustainable strategies are rewarded by being able to obtain best talent. You get best employees that have consciousness, as I mentioned earlier. You find businesses are able to earn a greater market share. You are able to export your goods to big markets, or the products are consumed, or the market, the market responds better to your products. Decarbonization, which is related to reduction of emissions, has a good impact on the price or the commodities that the businesses are producing. The prices normally become lower for businesses that are decarbonizing. There are green innovations, companies are able to invest in new technologies and also develop new products and services. We have seen these in companies that are at the forefront of responding to the risks that are posed by climate change. There is also funding that is available for businesses that have initiatives that are addressing the issues of climate change. United Nations tracking of a sustainable bond market indicates $4 billion which has been invested on sustainable bonds over the period of 5 years, with a very good growth rate of 25%. Bigger component of these bonds are in the green market space, which relates to addressing the issues of climate change. As I mentioned, all of you sitting here have the opportunity to deal with the risks, but also explore the opportunities that we have within the businesses that we lead, also within the industry, and also within the country at large. The next, I thought I should also, other than the risks and the opportunities that I mentioned, I thought I should also touch on local regulation front. You will know this better than me. I did research and checked, but I know that the stock exchange requires organization to report on how they are addressing sustainability issues. I think there's a regulation there that is out there. The stock exchange issued minimum core disclosures that are required for sustainability. Those core minimum disclosures are aligned to GRI reporting initiatives. They are aligned to TCFD and also to the IFRS sustainability standards. Of all the core minimum disclosure requirements, 5 of those relate to greenhouse gas emissions, your scope 1, your scope 2, and your scope 3. Other than existence of risks and opportunities, we also have to appreciate that there is regulation that is now requiring us as corporates to respond and report as such. I thought also to just maybe GRI and TCFD, if I get you lost, I do apologize. But GRI and TCFD as reporting frameworks have been in existence for a while, so I thought maybe I could talk about slightly a bit about the ICAZ standards. ICAZ recently published the IFRS standards on sustainability. I understand those to be applicable to companies that report on IFRS. So the companies are expected to comply with this, as I understand, from the 1st of January 2024 for financial year, and starting from the 1st of January 2024 and then onwards. So I thought it would be good to just quickly talk about the ICAZ standards. So they are really meant to be a global set or global baseline, as it were. They are focused on investors. There's 2 standards that are out there currently. The one as a sustainability standard 1, which is I refer to it myself as a conceptual frameworks, refers to what is expected or how the reporting is expected to be from a sustainability point of view. The other standard that is out there is then the climate change standard. I think from a point of the standard setters themselves, they also see the risk of climate change as a big one. Hence, they pushed to have the standard of climate change being produced first. So for all the reporting accountants, the CFOs, I think this is one standard that you are probably grappling with in terms of reporting from 2025 onwards. That's in addition to the IPSAS that you need to worry about. So the standards themselves, they want organizations to report on governance, strategy, risk management, and matrices. I think the standards, we shouldn't look at them as a reporting tool. They are actually meant to be a business management tool, because the aspects that you need to report to really talk to how you manage your business, the processes of governance, your strategy, risk response, and addressing the risks. So reporting is really a byproduct, of how you have to be managing your business. As quickly as I tried to be, that is the last slide that I have. I made some notes from the previous speakers, which I thought I can share. Dr. Funga earlier said, we must aspire to inspire before we expire. So I can't be as creative as Dr. Funga, but I want to say to all of us as business leaders, as corporate leaders, we need to think about the fact that we want to meet today's demands, but we also need to think about the future. So let us not consume everything in such a way that the earth does not become livable in future. So we always have to think about being sustainable, think about what we leave for our generations that are coming behind us. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to going to Victoria Falls. That's why I have that picture. Thanks.
Thank you, Lebo and Charlotte, for setting the scene on the risks and opportunities on the business as a result of climate change issues. So, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all now to the other part of our panel discussion, where we are going to be free now to ask our panelists some questions, and then they will be here to give us detailed responses that can benefit us. The joy of being a moderator is my questions get to be asked first, and I get the responses first, and then I'll open up to the floor. So, Charlotte, the first question I have is for you. We have heard the presentation about the opportunities and risks to the business. So, my first question to you is, beyond traditional financial risks, how are emerging risks like the climate change we're talking about impacting the financial performance and sustainability of organizations throughout your experience?
Is it working? Thank you, Joyce. I think in relation to that question, the key is, I think there's a global shift, right, in sustainability and how corporates are dealing with sustainability, moving from voluntary to mandated requirements, whether that mandated requirements is regulatory requirements or just a basic business imperative. Is my mic working?
I don't want to string you. So.
Is that better for everybody at the back? Good. Okay. So like I said, so really moving from traditionally looking at businesses just from a financial performance perspective, there is a global shift going from voluntary to mandated requirements, whether that mandated requirements is regulatory or just considering it as a business imperative to build more resilience and be more attractive to investment. I think three key areas where we are seeing sustainability playing a big role in organizations, and if I say sustainability, really, as we saw from the standards, climate change being one of the key topics within sustainability. It's starting with businesses understanding its integration into organization strategies, ERM and governance. It's not a standalone function. You won't get any of the advantages or really address the business risk if it's still a standalone function. Secondly is understanding company materiality. What is those non-financial information or non-financial topics that's important, imperative to my business, A, to unlock opportunities, and B, to address the risk. And then thirdly is the reporting requirements, as we indicated, moving more to a voluntary, a mandated space. But as Lebogang alluded as well, a lot of the times companies see it still as a compliance reporting matter, but from a sustainability point of view, it's really reporting on your performance. So the starting point is not reporting in a tick box. The starting point is really understanding and reforming, understanding material issues, reforming governance, risk management, metrics and targets, and then only reporting on that performance to really unlock the value and address the risks.
Thank you, Charlotte. I'll move on to my next question, and this one is for Lebo. Lebo, you touched on the IFRS S1 and IFRS S2 standards that were issued by the IASB, that entities that report using the IFRS framework would need to comply with for the financial year starting 1 January 2024. And we are already in July, or towards the end of July 2024, and here being gathered a congregation of reporting accountants mostly, I would like to ask, what about the entities, or someone might be thinking, what about the entities or companies that haven't started the sustainability reporting journey? How and where do they start?
Firstly, I would say I hope everyone has started. If you haven't started, you might slightly be delayed. But I think Charlotte covered the points really. You need to think about impact assessment, gather an understanding of what the listings requirements require of you as a filing entity to do. Also get an understanding of what the standards themselves are looking for you to do as a reporter. But the key element of sustainability reporting, as it were, it's materiality. So you need to assess as an organization what topical issues from a climate or from a sustainability point are affecting your company, or which ones are you affecting. And then when you start from that point, then you are able to plot back to what you expected to be reporting. And the other things then as you migrate, in addition to what Charlotte mentioned, is to think about currently you are not required to receive any assurance, but is to think about putting measures in place such that you are able to satisfy the requirements of assurance, should that be a requirement. Thanks.
Thank you, Lebo. Back to you again, Charlotte. You did touch quite a lot on the global landscape and the investors' perception around the issues of climate change. So my question to you is, one of those critical concerns that has been raised by investors is on the issue of greenwashing. Why is this a concern, and how can it impact individual organizations?
Yes, thanks so much. I think so greenwashing really, for everybody's understanding, is the misleading or inaccurate representation of information by companies as it relates to non-financial information. Some more and more global investment are using this information to build and or make portfolio decisions in terms of that investment. Often what I'm seeing is dealing with these companies often without their knowledge that this information was pooled, collected, and you are forming part of a bigger pool where you are measured from an investor point of view. And because of this reliance on this information, what we have seen is if it's misleading, investors are taking legal action. More and more litigations are annually, we're seeing more and more numbers of litigations globally. Definitely the developing world obviously taking a bit of precedence in terms of the litigation, but it's now tracked to such an extent, Bloomberg is tracking it annually, so definitely a growing concern of litigation. Touching on Lebo's point, I think for companies to understand, and that's where the assurance bit comes in, the important, because that's a mitigation factor against litigation risk and greenwashing risk, really to seek external assurance, whether that assurance is internal assurance, internal audit, or external assurance, or a combined assurance approach, which we in the sustainability, I think, will see a lot of, but that's really a mitigation against that. Thanks.
Thank you, Charlotte. Back to you, Lebo. So, back to the issue of the standards that are coming into effect in this current reporting period. Is there interaction between the IFRS that we've always been using for the preparation of our financial statements and the standards that have been issued by the IASB, that is the IFRS S1 and S2? And can you comment on the interaction thereon?
So there are interactions. I will start the point by saying that the nature of financial reporting is changing from being a historical reporting, but we also take into account future circumstances. The concept of how you currently account for IFRS 15 contracts, the revenue as you account for it, does have elements of what is happening in the future. Another easier example to use is that of impairments. You know, in the standard that deals with financial assets, you are now expected to look at what they refer to as expected credit losses. We used to be historical in that there was an event that was supposed to happen before you say you will lose money, but now you look forward. I attended a roundtable discussion about 2 weeks ago, and in that roundtable discussion, we had the board member from the ICAZ board, Dr. Ndidi. We also had Bruce Mackenzie, who is a board member for IFRS standards. And the two of them gave us feedback that as boards, they are constantly in discussions about how their reporting requirements as they produce them are aligned. Bruce Mackenzie is a chair of the Interpretations Committee for IFRS standards. He mentioned, and you probably would be aware, that there's a lot of agenda items that they have on the Interpretations Committee that is illuminating the need for how you connect your sustainability information to your financial reporting. There's a paper they issued about the effect of net zero on financial reporting. There are also other aspects of sustainability and climate change that they are taking into account, you know, and issuing guidance on. So there is definitely an interaction, and I also think the users of the financial statements are no longer now looking at your historical numbers, but they are thinking about how will your business be impacted in the future.
All right, thank you, Lebo. Maybe my last question, just a follow-up as well on what you were mentioning. You did also touch that the GRI have been around for some time. What about the entities that have been reporting using the GRI? Are there any synergies within those as well as with the new IASB standards?
So the starting point of the concepts or how these standards look at them, GRI talks about impact, which is the impact that the company has on the environment, and then the other one is for investors, which focuses on the impact that the environment has on the business itself or sustainability of a business. So the standards from a starting point, they have two different concepts. But with the publication of the ICAZ standards, the board of ICAZ and the global reporting initiatives, I know they have a memorandum of understanding where they are working together to see how do they collaborate or highlight the points of what they refer to as interoperability. So they are looking to get to a state where when you are doing your GRI, you are able to say you've already addressed these requirements that are on the sustainability standards. I know there is a draft paper that refers to this interaction point or interoperability that shows how the standards are talking. So if you are already doing GRI standards, moving over to the ICAZ requirements is not going to be a bridge too far to cross, as it were. And I think we have seen, as time goes, the Board of Sustainability are working much closer with the reporting initiative board. Thanks.
Thank you, Lebo. I'll open the floor for some questions, 2 or 3 questions. Is that a hand? There's a hand. Yes, sure.
No, thank you both for the presentation. I think you mentioned in terms of regulations, for us in Zimbabwe, it's companies that are listed on a stock exchange. But I guess you mentioned the disclosures that are required, level 1, scope 1 up to 3. The majority of stuff that is going to be significant is probably going to be sitting in scope 3 disclosures, which are basically the value chain. Obviously, a number of these other companies are not within the listed scope and are not mandated to do those disclosures. I mean, what would be the work around to make sure that we have got accurate disclosures, given that the majority of these disclosures are outside the regulatory framework within Zimbabwe?
You can go.
Okay. Let me attempt it, and then Charlotte, you can add. So what we have seen is that there is a problem that most companies face. The supply chain itself is a challenge because sometimes those companies adhere to rules, as you say, that are not necessarily with the listings requirements. What we have seen companies do is that as part of their risk assessment, they identify these, I would say, stumbling block points to get to report, and then they deal with them. They deal with them in different ways. I've seen companies that start negotiating the contracting arrangements with the suppliers to say that if you want to supply me with the inputs into my production process, you will adhere to these requirements, and those requirements including correlation of the information that the companies need to be able to report on scope 3. I've also seen some companies also that take it for themselves to try and capacitate their downstream companies to assist them so that they are able to help them to collate the information. So there are different ways of looking at it. So that capacity building thing, because other than actually doing the reporting, the intention is to make sure that everyone is alive to this, and then we keep track of it. So earlier when I mentioned the steps you need to follow as part of doing the risk assessment, you will get to that stumbling block, and then that's where you need to think about what sort of actions can you take so that you can get your scope 3 emissions reported. Yeah. Thanks.
No, I think, Lebo, you've covered it. I think just to reiterate, it's definitely not a local problem, it's a global problem. Everybody's struggling to measure scope 3 upstream and downstream emissions. But we, just adding to Lebogang, is there's definitely within, not just within the sustainability, but in the broader reporting, fraternities, technology developments, and I know that's also a very key topic. Microsoft, SAP, all working and embedding kind of these reporting requirements to applications. So globally, there is a lot coming and a lot of people working on finding solutions for companies to better report on scope 3.
Thank you. I'll take another question.
Thank you. Maybe to the panelists or anyone in the room. Like Adelaide, I also have the benefit of being a layman when it comes to some of these things. It seems issues that have to do with climate change and global warming have seen Africa grabbing the short end of the stick. We're stuck having to comply with international standards when really we've got a very low carbon footprint. I speak of Zimbabwe in particular. We're unable to access financing for energy, for thermal, because coal mining is now such a bad thing, even though we've got 400 years worth of resource, and it's a very cheap way of energy for us as a country. I'm wondering what, as a country in an Afrocentric or maybe a local manner, what have we done to try and tap into some of these global funds that can alleviate and make the journey a bit easier for African countries, you'll find that the transition to sustainability for your first world has been funded through various funds, which we try and access, but it seems almost impossible. You sent a whole list of impossible line items and requirements. Is there an African position around this, or are we just, for the sake of compliance, looking at these standards and using that template to comply to the detriment of our own growth? I mean, is it applicable? Again, I'm not a climate expert, neither am I an accountant, but it always seems that when it comes to these discussions, we're always at a disadvantage. So maybe I want to throw it to the panelists first, and maybe to someone within the crowd who has a deep understanding of how, as Zimbabwe, as Africa, Southern Africa, we can benefit from this, or maybe just cut ourselves off and continue burning our coal and use old standards. I don't know if it's allowed, but I'm just asking as a layman. Thank you.
No, you go. And then I'll...
So there is a mouthful of a question, Honourable Minister. The question you are asking, though, is valid, and is actually not only asked by you, but it's asked by everyone. The question, if it's expanded, they say that Global North was burning coal for however many years, and growing their economies, and right now they are powerhouses, and they're coming back to us and say, coal is bad, don't burn it, and reduce it, So now the question is it a fair thing for them to say? But with that question in mind, I think we have to respond to it, but also reflecting on the fact that climate change does affect us as well. So whether we want to say, let's ban our coal and not move to the different sort of energy mix, but we suffer the consequence as well. So what we look at, or what we hear when people talk about policies, it's a balance really that countries, or that the responses should be. The response is not to say coal is bad, take it away and then bring the green power, but is to say, how do we do a just transition? I'll give you an example. In South Africa, I know there's funding that's available for us to abandon our coal burning plants. You will all know probably that we have been suffering what we call load shedding. Just a fancy name of saying you don't have electricity for some time. So we are suffering that, but also trying to balance the funding that's coming, that's available for us as a country. So it is a challenge in that the funding is good, but there's employment, there's mines that are functioning, there's plants that are already working. But we see government trying to see how they transition some plants into like greener energy producing plants, but also not abandoning fully the coal. Something very, I don't want to say funny, but strange happened when there was the issue in Russia and that line which didn't supply gas to Europe. They started coming to us, to pull out the coal, and you could see the export lines, so the trucks that were transporting coal out to the north. It was crazy. But I think the response is in us saying, how do we balance it? Do it in our own terms, but still appreciate that if we don't do it, then we are disadvantaging the future generations. So I don't have the answer, but I have principles of how we can look at it. Yeah, happy for anyone to jump in, Charlotte. Or
I can see that you're an accountant because your answer was balanced on the credit and the debit. So you answer me, but you don't answer me, but it's good. I like being here. No, thank you for that, Lebogang.
Sure.
I'll take the last question. Okay, it seems we don't have any more questions from the floor. Lebo, from what you've just said, you mentioned that if we reflect, we will all agree that climate change really does affect us. And as to our theme or our topic that we are discussing, that it does then pose risks and opportunities for business. And also reflecting on our theme for this winter school session, that the art of relevance. So my question, or in closing, is how then can organizations ensure that they stay agile and responsive to the future emerging the climate risks and opportunities as well?
It is an evolving space, but the companies, in as much as these are international standards, are given tools to make it relevant or applied to their circumstances. So the standards talk about doing a materiality assessment exercise. That materiality assessment exercise is what helps the company to define what they see as risks, what they see as opportunities, and how they respond to them. So we should not take these standards as a template to say, we want to report on these matrices. Let us start it at the point of saying, for the business that we operate, for the sector that we are in, where are the risks and where are the opportunities? But also, let us not look at sustainability as a reporting thing. I made this point earlier. Let us look at it as a way of how we run the businesses. If we use it to run the business, then it will make us agile, because then we will respond to the actual circumstances that we have within the company. I know that the stock exchange issued those core disclosure principles, but over and above that, companies just need to reflect and say what is relevant for them, and then just build that into the strategy of the organization, risk management, and then ultimately their reporting.
Thank you, Lebo. Charlotte, any closing remarks?
Thanks, Joyce. I think just to lastly from my side, like Lebo said, I think the only thing that I would add to businesses is to understand that the sustainability and understanding and adapting to sustainability and all the requirements is definitely a journey. I've worked with lots of companies in South Africa before. Started this journey a long time ago, and only therefore they really get maturity. So take it as a journey, but do start. And I think lastly, from a chartered accountant point of view, as I started with the introduction, being a non-chartered accountant, it's very important for you as well. I think to always keep understanding, because from your side is to influence business, drive business. It's beyond finance. So welcome to science, to all chartered accountants.
Thank you, Lebo. Thank you, Charlotte. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for engaging with us. We are still available for the rest of the winter school session, and let's continue engaging with the conversations on climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Lebo and Charlotte. But before you sit down, we have a token of appreciation for you from Joyce. Let's give it up for the two. Next on our slot is one of our sponsors, that is FBC, represented by Ms. Priscilla Sadomba, the Head Investor and Communications. Let's put our hands together for Ms. Priscilla as she comes up.
A very good afternoon to you all. I heard you were looking for me earlier and I was nowhere to be found. I have arrived. So I hope you're enjoying the winter school, the ICAZ winter school. Before I begin, I need to take care of some protocols. Honourable Deputy Minister, thank you for being here. The ICAZ Presidium, captains of industry, members of the media, and may I say, all protocol observed. Didn't want to mention all the numerous presidents that are in line. So we're really pleased to be back in this way as sponsors, and you probably will be seeing a lot of us. You'll be tired of us going forward, but we're really pleased to be here at this year's winter school. And we thought it would be good for you just to remind you guys a little bit about who we are, what FBC Holdings is all about, what we're up to, and how some of you in the room, or hopefully most of you in the room, might be able to benefit from some of the services and offerings that FBC has to offer. So in short, this is what our company looks like at a holdings level. We have consumer and investment banking as a segment. We also have insurance services, and we also have digital and innovation services. It's also good, I think, to give you guys a bit of an insight into how our shareholding structure is set up. As you can see, our national pension scheme, NASA, has a good 35.33%. We also have our public service pension fund, which occupies 11.3% of FBCH. Then our holding company itself has 8%. Tarrant Investments has 6.82%. And so that makes up about 61%. And then, of course, the other shareholders, there are many of them, smaller ones, make up the bulk, the 38.61%. So in a nutshell, that is what our shareholding is structured. I'd also like to take you a little bit forward into our journey. We're not a Mafikizolo company. We are actually one of the oldest local banks that are around. We had our startings, our humble beginnings in 1997 when we opened our first branch in Vishavane and then on Samora Machel. In 2001, we had an IPO and listing onto the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange. And in 2001, we merged with a reinsurer to form FBC Holdings Limited. Okay? In the same year, these merged entities were now listed on the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange. We then formed in 2005, FBC Securities, and at the same time acquired what is now known as FBC Building Society. In 2010, we acquired FBC Insurance, what we now know as FBC Insurance. 2011, we added a microfinance wing to our operations, and that is now known as Microplan, offering microfinance and various services. In 2019, we formed FBC Venture Capital, and we also formed our fintech, Harani, which is our in-house fintech, which is also responsible for developing a lot of our digital solutions that we are actually currently using today. In 2022, we formed OutRisk, which is an outfit that complements our insurance wing, selling short-term insurance. And we then formed FBC Re Botswana. Yes, we have gone regional, ladies and gentlemen. And we are set up in Botswana as of 2022, doing quite well there, actually. And the most recent milestone that I'd like to sort of talk to you about today is our signing of an SPA agreement with Standard Chartered Bank Zimbabwe. So I think most of you in the room now know that this entity is now fully and wholly owned by FBC Holdings and will be known as FBC Crown Bank. So one of our subsidiaries is FBC Bank. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail due to time, but certainly we are offering those banking services listed there: retail banking, corporate and institutional banking, structured trade finance, treasury, as well as business banking. In addition to that, we have a very strong correspondent banking capabilities. We have good, strong relationships, and we are perfectly structured to handle all major currencies, including the Chinese yuan. And for those of you who would want it, we actually offer same-day value for our outgoing TTs, our receipts, our invoices. One of our more popular product offering is our FBC MasterCard. And I think quite a few of you in here do use this. This is a very good card. For those of you who are traveling, for those of you who are wanting to do online payments, for those of you who just want the convenience of being able to shop outside of these borders and to be able to send money to your children at school or to send money to relatives abroad who have it. It's a really handy card to have. I urge you all to grab one. Speak to me after the conference and we'll make sure that we can get you set up with an FBC MasterCard. For those of you who are interested in pursuing the ACA program, we actually have an FBC branded ACA MasterCard, which does exactly the same as the attributes I've spoken to earlier. We were the first financial services entity to offer digital onboarding, where you could actually open a bank account in the comfort of your home, in the comfort of your office, in the comfort of this conference room. So if anybody is interested in signing up for an FBC bank account, please do so. Dial 220 on your phone using the USSD application or download our mobile Mula banking app. You will be able to transact within the next 5 minutes. If you don't, see me. We're also promoting, for those of us who are willing and brave enough to start saving money again, we've talked about in various conversations the gradual stability that we are seeing in our country, and it is a time to begin thinking about saving again. So we actually have a USD Secure Save account, which can give you that peace of mind, so give it a try. A little bit about Crown Bank, the entity that we have acquired. It is operating as our wholesale banking division, and it is also catering to our high net worth individual as well as corporate clients. So we really hope that this acquisition is adding growth and stature to the FBC brand. A little bit about our building society. Quite a number of you are asking if we were giving mortgages, properties. Here it is, guys. Our building society offers property development, mortgage financing, retail banking, as well as treasury. And as you can see, we've got quite a number of properties on the market at the moment. These are available for purchase or rent whichever one is more suitable for you. But if you are interested in these, again, please do see us. FBC Securities is one of our subsidiaries. We offer the following products: listed securities trading, investment portfolio creation, either on the Zimbabwe Stock Exchange or on the VFX, issuer sponsoring services, and we offer roadmap guidance for new companies who are wishing to list. We do offer that guidance. We also have individual advisory services, retirement, asset acquisition, college funds, whatever it is that your heart desires at that point in time. Corporate advisory services, again, compliance with listing requirements, due diligence, business evaluations, acquisitions. Microplan, again, offers a lot of microfinance products on offer. We are using our SSB deduct with government pensions. We've got other pension schemes that we have available. Our business facilities, we're offering them to micro enterprises. We've got various schemes that we have, laptop schemes, furniture facilities, etc. I'm trying to rush through because I know my time is almost up. As I mentioned, Harani is our digital, in-house digital company, coming up with a lot of different products for our use and for on-use outside as well. So we are actually, those products that we would have developed for ourselves, we are actually then to monetize and offer those services to other companies as well. So if you are if you think you want to have a facility that allows you to have real-time proof of life, verifying digital identity. We have a number of customers and outlets, retail outlets, that are actually taking advantage of some of these services that we are offering. Outrisk, again, I mentioned, it is our assistant to our insurance arm. FBC Insurance, these are the product offerings that they have available. And we're obviously offering short-term insurance. We're offering risk management, finance and investment, as well as life and health reassurance, and medical insurance. So, as I mentioned before, it is a subunit of FBC Insurance, and our major strengths lie not only in being a part of financial services group, but we can leverage synergies within our group so that we can give you more value as our clients. So what is it that makes us different? Because obviously you guys have been accustomed to using, you know, the other competing brands, but FBC Health is a really good one to have. And for those of you who are always looking to derive optimum value, to get the best bang for your buck in terms of how much you're spending on medical insurance for your employees, this is a good one. What is it that makes us different? Okay, so on shortfalls and co-payments, it's always a big issue with employees and your clients. We negotiate tariffs with our service providers. We offer pre-funding options for certain procedures, and we've got very generous annual limits. So please do talk to us during the breaks. And another big issue with medical service providers is that early exhaustion of the chronic medication benefits. That happens a lot, but we are able to sort of bypass that and actually draw from the global limit. So even though you might have exhausted your limit, we actually draw from the global limit. And then card acceptability. Our brand and our card is becoming more and more accepted by more practitioners around the country. So if you are deciding to join us, do that. And guess why our practitioners are really opting for us? We don't do monthly payouts. We are actually doing 2 runs a month. So every 2 weeks we're doing a run, and that makes us very favorable to service providers. So do think about us. I won't go through all the benefits of the FBC health plan. We can talk about that later. But this is what I wanted to talk to about most before I leave the podium and before I start getting timeout notices by the MC. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the same way that you are making sure that finances for your companies are fit and in good condition, we noticed even yesterday there was a lot of white sadza and mazondos and game meat of all sorts being piled on the plates. And we know what that happens, when we get older in life. Our midriff tends to sort of not comply very well with us. So, what we want to do is to offer, please can I get back that slide, Melvin? Yes. So, this is what we want to do. And we are proposing this to the ICAZ Presidium. We hadn't talked to you about this before, but this is something that we really, really want to do in commitment to your wellness, your fitness, and your ability to be able to attend the next ICAZ conference. We need to see you here. We don't want any negative. So we, as FBC, are pledging here, right today here at the ICAZ 2024 Winter School, that we are going to host an FBC marathon, particularly for the ICAZ community, 10-kilometer marathon run. There's going to be lots of prizes to be won. There's going to be excitement, and this is again just another way that we are going to build synergies, build greater partnerships going forward, and gives ourselves more opportunity to network, do business, and have fun in the process, and be well and healthy. Thank you, Mr. MC. Thank you.
Okay, another round of applause for Priscilla. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is, we have a panel coming up that will be led by Philemon Mawire, who will be discussing about interpreting artificial intelligence and accounting, driving economic empowerment and innovation. Let's give it up for Philemon as he comes up.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, much better. Honourable Deputy Minister, ICAZ President, and the rest of the Presidium, allow me to ride on the protocol of my predecessor presenters and moderators and say all protocols observed. It is a privilege to welcome you all to this panel discussion, integrating AI and accounting, driving economic empowerment and innovation at this year's Winter School. I'm Philemon Mawire, obviously a CA and a partner with Integra Chartered Accountants, and I have the honor of moderating this upcoming session. We live at a time of rapid technological advancement, and I think if we'd have had this discussion a year and a half to 2 years ago, it would be a whole totally different discussion, which you wouldn't think would have taken us where we are now. So the rapid is becoming more rapider, if that's a word, I'll use it. And the speed is actually overtaking things like legislation, etc. And we hope these are some of the things that we can address and tackle during this panel discussion. But at this stage, artificial intelligence is no longer a concept of the future. It is revolutionizing the way we operate, the way we do business. For accountants, business executives, we have to have this understanding so that we can leverage that. It's no longer an optional add-on to know about AI, but it is now essential. In certain spheres, the talk of AI is now a wave, a necessary shift in lifestyle of humankind of sorts, both personally and professionally. Today's discussion will delve into three critical areas where AI intersects with our profession. The first one being security risks associated with AI, how businesses can leverage on AI, and then practical applications on how AI for chartered accountants can help us in providing tangible examples of how we can reshape our industry through its use. Allow me to introduce our distinguished panelists, each of them bringing a wealth of knowledge and unique perspectives to the world of AI. First, we are delighted to welcome Chipo. Chipo Wekatre is from BPO Zim Australia, and their focus will be AI practical applications for chartered accountants. As she takes a seat, Chipo is a proud graduate of Griffith University in Brisbane, holds a Bachelor of Commerce degree with a focus on accounting. Her professional journey began a couple of years ago, and obviously Chipo is a chartered accountant, is a member of ICAZ as well as CAE in New Zealand. She has held several senior leadership roles in large and multinational corporations. Chipo constantly strives to enhance system implementation, automation, and integration of emerging technologies with particular emphasis on robotic process automation. Our next panelist is Cade Zvavanjanja from Bekatili Digital. If Cade can also come and take his seat. A global cyber security thought leader and criminologist with over 15 years of experience as a cybersecurity risk practitioner. Cade is an auditor, investigator, and consultant with experience having been gained from over 10 countries and 120 private and public organizations where he has led as a consultant. He participates in shaping regional and regional and international cyber practices and standards as a speaker, expert, consultant, thought leader for countries and multinational bodies like SADC, COMESA, AU, UN, and as a subject matter expert. Cade is also an author and guest columnist in a number of publications in Africa, India, the States regarding cybercrime and cybersecurity. Finally, we also have the honor of having Raphael Mushanawani, who is the current CEO of Net1. Raphael is exploring on how business can leverage on AI, and as he comes up to the podium to give us the first presentation, welcome Raphael. Raphael is the Group CEO of Net1, as I've said earlier, the second largest mobile operator in Zimbabwe, having started his career with the company in 2015 as an IT director. Prior to being appointed to this position, he has had the technology division, Net1 Mobile Financial Services. He has 25 years experience in the ICT industry. Raphael's analytical and energetic approach is detailed with broad experience and understanding of fintech, mobile, digital, and security payment business. He holds a Bachelor of Technology in Applied Physics from the University of Zimbabwe and an MBA from the University of Gloucester. Together, these panelists will provide a comprehensive view of how AI's transformative power can help us as accountants and offer actionable insights on navigating this dynamic landscape. Let's embark on this enlightening journey together as I welcome Raphael to give his presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Madam President of ICAZ, allow me to ride on the protocols that have already been established. I'll quickly take you through, since we are standing between your beloved lunch. I've been assigned to unpack leveraging AI for business success. of course, running under the theme, the art of relevance, reimagining your value proposition. However, I've gone further and said, leveraging AI for business success is actually a revolution in progress. So this presentation basically will try and define quickly what AI is. We will share with you applications that we are seeing AI assisting in business, the benefits, the practical example here. I'll take a snapshot of what the business Net1 has done in using AI. We'll also explore the challenges of implementing AI. It's not a walk in the park. It has got its own challenges as far as we have experienced. We will also look at the best practice for successful implementation. And of course, let's look at the future of AI. What does it mean as we progress? So, in short, AI refers to the situation where human intelligence is now being used in machines to do tasks that are either repetitive or that are known. It's a way of doing things faster without using the human bodies as we know them. These are systems designed to perform tasks typically that require human intelligence, such as visual perception, speech recognition, decision making, and of course, translation. I'm worried about decision making, but this is what is happening. So through the use of advanced algorithms and of course data processing, AI enables computers and machines to mimic human cognitive functions and automate repetitive tasks, ultimately making our business more effective and enhancing productivity and efficiency. So basically that's AI for you. Where do we find applications in AI? I think the first way we saw AI coming up were chatbots and visual assistants, where we are having customer experience, customers asking about the services that are being offered. We also have targeted advertising and lead generation, where we are maximizing revenue and drive business growth, and process automation, supply chain, and optimization. So these are some of the business uses that we are seeing AI being used. So the benefits are very simple: improved efficiency, enhanced decision making, personalized customer experience, and of course, increased productivity. So when we looked at the operations of our organization, there are inherent risks in telecommunications. So we are saying that we are continuously expanding the range of products and services on offer. And once you do that, it requires robust risk mitigation systems that integrate and with advanced technologies. So using human to mitigate against these risks or even identifying them becomes extremely difficult. So what we have done, we have deployed AI systems to try and assist in us managing fraud. Fraud is a big issue in organizations. So what that does is that the software programs, they use AI to autonomously perform tasks that ordinarily were being done by individuals who are in fraud management. So we have leveraged on a combination of machine learning data, analysis, and the patterns that we recognize within the process. So having done that, we are seeing efficiency in detecting what would be a fraudulent activity, and we are now able to take preventative actions or well in advance before it happens. Or when it happens, what we are simply saying is we are now able to quickly detect before the damage goes far. The benefits are huge. It's the effectiveness in mitigating against fraudulent activities within the defined areas. Like I said, telecoms has got a number of facets which are moving together at the same time. The number of transactions are millions of transactions that are taking place almost in minutes, if not seconds. So you need a system that is able to analyze each transaction and also predetermine what it means, which would have taken an individual using their brains maybe 2-3 days or even a week. So faster responses and quick ramp-ups are some of the benefits that you'll get in using AI systems in fraud management of any organization. And in particular, where we are saying telecoms, you are integrated to a number of telecoms operators, you are integrated to a number of nodes within the ecosystem of telecommunications. What are the challenges? The quality of data and its availability. So where you have silos in terms of data, AI will not work. Remember, you're taking data from different departments, as it were, let me put it simply, your ERP system, your customer relations system. So you need information and correlate it and then make decisions, analyze and then make decisions to say what is happening here. So you need technical expertise. The absence of technical experts in these areas can actually hinder the implementation of AI. I just want to quickly bring to your attention the ethical issues around AI. The same way we are using AI to mitigate against high risks in business can actually be used to counter that. So once you have your technical guys who understand exactly how those tasks are being carried out, they can use the same tools to counter and still progress and achieve the negative objectives that they have or that they harbor. So we really need to make sure that when we implement these systems in our organizations, the issue of ethics is maintained. And you also don't want to create an application that will remove money from bank accounts, that will recharge your system unknowingly. Yeah, so we need to consider that and make sure that we are dealing with the right people within the organizations as we implement these solutions around artificial intelligence. So for you to successfully do that, you need to define your objectives. You also need to start small and scale up. What we have tried to do this morning as we were asked to showcase our products was an attempt to use AI to mimic somebody's voice, to do a presentation, and that was done remotely and connected from Harare and was shown on the screen. So that's one area where we're saying we have tried to mimic and showcase how AI can be leveraged on, change how we do our business, and become more effective, more cost effective, and at the end of the day, I think we all want to see profitability. So let's focus on quality of data as well. Garbage in, garbage out, that saying still lives today. So you need to make sure that the data that you are availing to your systems is accurate, it's valid, and it's clean. We also want to make sure that you foster data literacy within your organization. If that is absent, then you'll definitely face huge challenges. One, in implementing. Two, in interpreting the outcomes from the AI systems. So it is important that we take note of those few. There are a wide range issues that one can look at, but those few should be able to take us through. So the emerging trends in AI are such that one can not only just ask a question and get an answer. We said that we can get AI applications that can make a decision. I'm not too sure as chartered accountants what that means in your area. We've got someone who's going to explore there. When someone is beginning to make a decision, what does it mean? I'm not too sure there, but it is a reality that we can now have applications that can make a business decisions. We may not need CEOs at the end of the day. I think, let me use myself as an example, but it might mean most of us might be replaced, or we might have to find other alternatives around AI to make sure that we remain relevant in our areas. The impact on jobs, I've already referred to that. It's a reality. We are all aware that our constitution requires that in our workplaces we have workers' committees, etc. So I'm not too sure whether we'll be having AI workers' committee in the future, but it can be a reality. The need to collaborate. It is important that that issue is addressed, because information, I'll take for example, sits in various institutions. For example, I do banking with a number of institutions that are here. I need information from the bank. If we do not collaborate, it will cause a number of issues. So information that is available to us, we need to make sure that we work together and we make sure that that information is put together in such a way that at the end of the day, the desired outputs are achieved. In conclusion, AI is a transformative force that can empower business to derive innovation, enhance efficiency, and gain competitive edge. By leveraging on AI strategically, organizations can unlock new opportunities and drive the digital edge. So, what are we saying? Can we go all out there and unlock our business full potential with AI? It's very possible, it can be done. Let's discover practical steps to implement AI and stay ahead of the curve. Let us go out there and explore AI solutions relevant to our industry. It has to be relevant to our industry. And consider implementing pilot projects to unlock the full potential of this revolutionary technology. It is here to stay. It is here with us. So the power of AI in business will unlock new opportunities and drive innovation. I thank you.
Thanks, Raphael. I think for the next part, so now as a build-up to our discussion, we have got an understanding of, or a background, AI in corporate. Our next presenter then, 10 or so, 5-10 minutes is Chipo, who will give us a perspective for us as CAs and how we can leverage on AI as CAs. Can come through.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me. All right, so I will be going through how we as CAs can practically leverage AI in our organizations. Oh yeah, sorry, here you go. All right, so a 2023 report by McKinsey's estimated the value created by leveraging AI in any organization in 1 year could be about $2.6 to $4.4 trillion. So as CAs, it is imperative that we look at ways that we can actually leverage this value for ourselves in our organizations, as well as for our clients. So the value lies in automation of repetitive tasks, in process optimization, in reviewing traditional workflows and processes and finding efficiencies, so the efficiency gains from that process, as well as in productivity gains, which include things like the impact on organizational culture and motivation of our employees. All right, so I'm just gonna go through a few examples of how in our day-to-day work as accountants, we could actually integrate AI to drive economic empowerment as well as innovative solutions for our clients. So for example, in audit, we can automate tasks in auditing by letting AI actually analyze large data sets. So this would pick up discrepancies at a far higher level than what normal sampling, traditional sampling would do. So there's value in discovering these anomalies and patterns that would normally be missed by human auditors or would take them a significant amount of time to pick these discrepancies up. In tax, we can use AI to automate tasks such as tax preparation, data entry, as well as actually scanning legislation and regulatory changes faster than what a human tax accountant or an assistant in the tax department could do. So there's definite value for us and for our clients there. I won't touch on fraud, but my esteemed co-panelist has already touched on that, but you can definitely leverage AI in fraud detection as well. In bookkeeping, management accounts, as well as compliance, we can use things like predictive analytics as well as robotic process automation to automate day-to-day tasks that are typically performed by large teams of probably junior or entry-level accountants, like keying in invoices from an accounts mailbox into an accounting system. So we can actually teach robots to do that task, and they can do it at a much quicker rate with much greater accuracy and a lot of consistency as well. And then lastly, for businesses. So apart from the accounting specific tasks, we can leverage AI in any other business function. So human resources, for example, we can use that to help our recruitment and selection, our employee onboarding processes, as well as employee engagement. In marketing, we can use that for customer acquisitions. In client service, we can use that for client onboarding, for chatbots, for customer support, and then finally, sentiment interpretation for feedback surveys. The AI can actually determine whether it was positive feedback or negative feedback and escalate that so a human being can intervene and remediate that issue with the client. Okay, so why should we integrate AI into our operations as CAs? So our clients' expectations are increasingly becoming more about providing them more valuable, insightful information at a faster rate. AI is also becoming quite easy and quite cost-effective to obtain, so there is now a greater ease of accessibility. This is now leveling the playing field where previously it was the large businesses with big budgets and big teams, big IT teams that had computer science and data science team members in there that were actually gaining competitive advantage from efficiencies and improved processes and stealing the customers off smaller firms that didn't quite have the ability to leverage AI. So AI is becoming more affordable, and most of the standard accounting softwares, the cloud-based ones like MYOB or Xero, actually have some type of AI embedded in it. For example, OCR, which can read PDFs and read documents and actually input that data, saving somebody from performing that task. In engagement, we can use AI to improve our employee engagement and our talent retention, as well as improve customer experience, customer engagement, and retention. These are all things that create value that we should be accessing in our organizations or for our clients. Finally, a big one, data. So data is golden. Data is so valuable, but as my esteemed co-panelist has said, it depends on what type of data you're accessing. So we need to make sure that we've got good data, and if we leverage a centralized AI model, which is one where all of our business functions, for example, our HRIS, our ERP, our CRM, all have the data in a data warehouse, AI can actually make decisions that improve business operations. I'll give you an example. So say the AI detects a large recruitment drive and we employ 30 people. Those 30 people will expect their salary, say, in 30 days. We're going to need cash. AI can also then analyze the debtors book and see that typically we have some debtors that are slow to pay, and prompt somebody to send out reminders to encourage our debtors to bring that cash in. So through analyzing all of that data, AI can actually help us mitigate a cash flow problem so we can actually collect the cash in time for us to meet our payroll bill. I wouldn't be an accountant if I didn't touch on some of the ethical considerations, but Raphael has already gone through some of those. So I think the most important one, the most important thing that I can say is there are ways to cure some of these ethical issues. So for example, data minimalization. So only collecting the data that we need for AI to be able to perform its task. Also having robust security measures. So things like multi-factor authentication, encryption, and also access controls, making sure that only the people that need to access the data can get access to it. And the most important thing, in my opinion, is education of employees. So just as we've all been taught to not click on the link, we need to make sure that our employees understand that there are people out there also trying to access that data because it is so valuable, and to maintain privacy, and also how to identify breaches, and they also need awareness of laws and regulations in regards to data privacy. So finally for me, just a little bit of a discussion on what some of the other considerations for CAs wanting to leverage AI are. So we've obviously had, and we continue to have, global talent and skills shortages. This is particularly an ongoing issue in the computer science and data fields, where because of the emergence and adoption of AI, there is a large skill for these people. And these people, it does take time to train data scientists, it does take time to train any professional. So as accountants, we need to learn to work alongside AI. It is becoming increasingly possible and easier for us to do this because of the emergence of low-code or no-code programs. So like I said, our basic accounting software, like cloud-based software, like ERPs, D365, MYOB, they all have AI. And they all have an ability for the user, the accountant, to configure specifically what it is that they would like the program to do without having an extensive computer science background. We also need to keep training relevant. So for all the trainees that we've got in our organizations, and I know ICAZ is doing work to actually change the training program to incorporate the emergence of AI and future-proofing our trainees to make sure that they can work with AI down the track. We also need to make sure that we have a good change management process because AI implementations are significant. And lastly, we need to make sure that there is sustainability to make sure that we are future-proofing our profession as well. So, like Raphael did say, AI implementations are complex. It is easier for the low-code options, but for the bigger AI implementations, it is prudent to engage a trusted partner and make sure that you do the due diligence up front so that you can leverage the full power of AI and improve your business, add value for your clients, and continue to be great CAs. Thank you.
Thanks, Chipo. And then lastly, before we get into a small discussion, we have Cade, who is going to just give us some of the risks associated with AI, both from business and the CAs, and how we can best mitigate them. Cade?
Good afternoon. All right, so President, please allow me to stand on the established protocols. What I'll do, I'm given 10 minutes, but I'll use 8 minutes, 37 seconds. It starts now. I'll take you through 5 layers, and I'll use 1 slide for those 8 minutes. So, my colleagues here have talked about how it impacts and so forth, so forth. But let me take you through a journey. One of the elements of being human that makes us special as humans was because we are intelligent. How many of us are intelligent? So, that's one of the most distinguishing factors of being human, intelligence. What we have found is, starting from Adam knew Eve. I don't know how he knew. I'll leave it to the preachers. And then they made a child out of their own kind. And it has been a thrust of humans to create things out of their own nature. And one of the things that I've created was AI, which is a child of the human mind. So if we look at AI as a child of human mind, starting with the law AI, which we're seeing maybe in Netflix and Google and some of the applications that we use, which was input-based, that is passed. Now we are in an era where we are talking of what is called generative artificial intelligence, like ChatGPT, which is still at its infancy. What we are seeing is AI that is almost matching human knowledge. This is a child that has grown. I think this is almost a teenager. Those who have teenagers will know. Making a lot of errors, making a lot of mistakes. And where we are going to, we are starting to see in the near future what is called artificial superintelligence. But what are the threats? I'll firstly look at the input and output, which my colleagues have talked about. So when we have AI here, it's a mind, it's a brain of a child that is being created, that is functioning. But once that brain has been put into a machine, we start to talk about machine learning. That machine could be a robot, could be your laptop, could be some of those things that we interact with. So giving AI a body, the first layer of problem starts with the body or the element that AI is using, which has inherent risk within that particular system, which can be attacked through and from within that system. Whether it's a robot, whether it's your laptop, whether it's your system, whether it's your servers, the inherent risk within those platforms then are cascaded to be the first point of attack for the AI platforms. Secondly, we are now having what we call human connections between AI and humans. Talk of Neuralink, talk of your wearables, and the Internet of Things. So what we are finding within this phase of AI is humans feeding data into AI. But the reverse as we go forth can also be true, whereby AI, instead of humans controlling AI through the minds, because those connections have been made, where an AI chip is put there, I can control that presentation here, not by clicking, but by thinking. Then the reverse is true, because we are creating something that is more intelligent. Not we are creating, it's actually showing to be more intelligent than us. If we look at some of the Google Labs experiments they have done, AI is learning languages on its own. AI is learning to play sports on its own. It's beating us in sports. I hate it when I look at some of my child's 11-year-old chess notations. I used to be the chess master in the house. But now when I look at some of his matches and he challenges me, let's play, I give an excuse because I can see so AI is beating us at what we knew best, not theory. Ladies and gentlemen, this thing we are talking about is not AI, please give me a recipe. We have something that has all human products that we have produced since old in its brain. Above that, it has optimum, highest computing power. Yesteryears, it was less than ours, but now with neurons that are there, it's now surpassing there. And this thing can create what we call anti-forensic. Your working papers, your audits, it can balance those things by its own. Anti-forensics, because we know in forensic, you follow this, you do this, it can surpass those things. Moving on to the perfect mix. I'm trying to move fast because I'm now left with 3 minutes. When AI is here and we have virtual identities, virtual currencies, virtual assets, AI now is able to manipulate and do being a persona on its own. As a legal person also, I'll tell one of the fundamentals of a crime, there should be a guilty mind and a guilty act. So if your AI car drives by its own and there's an accident, who is responsible? If an AI-enabled robot molests and rapes somebody, sorry to use that example, who is responsible? Should AI be given rights? Should AI go to jail? Or should you, the creator? So these are some of the issues we are trying to deal with at a global perspective. But those questions still has several no answers. Looking at things like quantum computing, which is aiding AI, payment systems, which can and should be used as we are doing, but can still be abused. Moving to conclusion, as I'm left with 1 minute 47 seconds. Yes, I was serious. Let's look at dependencies. We have platforms that drive AI, which are vulnerable and carry those vulnerabilities into programs which are used by AI, which also come into processes. Those processes are used by procedures. And final point, the weakest link is you and me, the people. When those 6 or 7 P's align, the weakest link is you and me. We are the people who click. We are the people who are manipulated. We are the people who are giving data. Imagine computing. Okay. How many of you have spouses or love someone or think we love someone? Don't laugh, be serious. Imagine competing with something that knows your partner better than you, and that can sense if your partner is angry. And that doesn't say to your partner, when they answer. And that doesn't say to your partner, I'm tired today. Imagine this thing competing with you, because AI now in robots can sense better than us. Yes, Google it. AI can feel better than us. They have sensors now. Google it. And AI now can be intimate with us. Google it. In conclusion, 7 things. Let's do our AI policies as organizations, as a nation. Let's look at our dependencies, what our AI process is like. Let's move and create systems, because AI, ladies and gentlemen, is not just to get a recipe. This thing is bigger than what we are talking about. Please look at it. I have dealt with this issue as many levels, as an economist, as a lawyer, as an IT profession, as a criminologist, and see what this thing impacts are from all those levels. And truly, we are not yet prepared for what we are dealing with as humans at those frontiers. Let's not be victim. Let's use AI, otherwise it will use us. Thank you.
Thanks, Cade, for that insightful, scary presentation on what this thing can do to us. But I think maybe I'll just pose a question each to each of the panelists whilst the audience is also preparing questions. And if I can ask that our questions also be directed at the panelists that you hopefully are intending to get a response from. Okay. Right, so Raphael, I think part of your presentation was talking about making sure that the organization has the right level of skills to be able to actually do all these things that you were saying Net1 has embraced in terms of AI. What level of investment do you think is actually required? I think one of your slides spoke about starting small and scaling up. What level of investment is actually required? You have got a room full of CAs who do budgets, etc. On an average, for one to say, I now want to start, do you start with the ChatGPT subscription, or do you actually empower your IT department to take them to some school somewhere to be able to do it for you?
Thank you very much. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
Okay. Unfortunately, I can't give you a figure. Any solution has to have a value to it. So what needs to happen is for the teams to sit down and say, what is it that we want to achieve at the end of the day? We are lucky in a sense that we acquired a system that is managing what I would refer to as it's a revenue assurance and fraud management system. So the revenue assurance side of things is still work in progress, because you can't get a revenue assurance and say it's up and running in one instance or in one installation. There are a number of iterations, and you test and test until you test no more. Even if when you say you are happy, you still test every day. So my sister there, the CA, she was very clear. You can start with simple processes, recruitment, in your HR department, you might see that with tools that are already on the internet, you do not need that much. You subscribe to your GDP chat through Microsoft. They will give you the licensing regimes there. And of course, like I said, depending on how far you want to go, that will determine whether you can afford it or it's within your budget. Then CAs can now come in and advise the CEO to say, yes, this can be done or this cannot be done, or let's do it in the coming year. So in terms of budget, I still want to say that let's come up with our goals. Let's understand what we want to do. Then the budget will kick in.
Thank you for that. And I think part of what I'm getting then is the level of investment required essentially needs us to relook at our existing systems and processes and then find AI plugins into those processes as we make our work easier. Chipo, you spoke about tools being available for CAs. Raphael made mention to some of those things that are already available in the market. Which ones can you sort of give us as starting points or starting blocks as CAs and professionals to start using? I only know ChatGPT. I also know the small circle that now appears on my WhatsApp, and that's as far as I can go. What more do we actually need from a tools perspective?
So I guess in terms of tools that are available, there's the ChatGPT's Copilot, which is a Microsoft product. My experience is mainly with Microsoft because it is one of the products that is available to mostly anybody in any organization through Office 365 and Microsoft Teams and all of those platforms. A lot of finance software does now have open APIs, so it is simple enough to connect, say, your Outlook mailbox to your finance package and have that automation go through and process your invoices and process your bills, for example. So I guess it's kind of like what Raphael is saying. It's a very difficult question to answer, but my experience is with Microsoft, and with Microsoft you can basically connect that to just about anything.
Okay. Thanks for that. So I'm also getting from there that I think part of what we need to do, I think from a security perspective, is to stay safe and leap on to what the big organizations are doing, like your Microsoft. Part of their existing packages have Copilot, etc. But is that all from a security perspective, Cade, that we actually need to look at? Because I look at ChatGPT as an example. Recently, I was asking it something, and it said memory updated. Now I was thinking, okay, so what I've given it, it has taken and kept. From a security perspective, what is actually going on here, and what exposure do we have, even with all of these tools that we are talking about?
All right, thank you. Most of the current interactions we are doing with tools and platforms, but not with the actual AI models. So what we find is you can go to a particular tool and ask something, and it will give you a particular answer. Why? Because of data bias or what it's trying to put forth. That is one layer. And on the technical level, you'll find the platform, technology, processes, supply chain risk. Whilst I was sitting there, I was trying to respond to an incident within one of our clients who has been affected by the global outage which is happening here. I'm told currently the losses are above $69 billion as we're sitting in this room. There is a company, CrowdStrike, that has been hit through supply chain risk. 100 traveling arrangements have been cancelled. number of banks are down, number of telecoms companies are down, as we're sitting in this room. But could that have been prevented? Yes, there could have been firewalls, they could have all the fancy things we talk about in security. But supply chain risk on its own is one of the things we are seeing with AI, where one vulnerability or one attack in one within the supply chain then affects everyone else. Then issues of cooperation, governance, the usual ticks that you do when you do auditing, so forth, which are not touched on. But how do we get secure? One, let's make sure our systems are up to date. We are not giving privileges to a calculator and giving it a privilege to a microphone. Why? Unless you wanted to speak the calculations out. Let's make sure that we at least have an anti-malware monitoring tool that we're in there. Let's make sure that we are not installing things that are not necessarily needed for that particular task that are there. Why? Because an error in one may then affect it all. And so other technical things, make sure we know what tools that are in. When was the last time you Googled yourself? As a simple example. You could be actually a fraudster being looked for because somebody stole your identity. You could be, okay, let's move on.
You continue to scare us.
That's what you called me to do.
Yeah, but I think just as a follow-up then, you mentioned something like checking ourselves, making sure that the information that is out there about us is also correct. But I think there's also an aspect of our inquiries via these tools also now ending up disclosing certain information which we don't know where it's going. Do you have a comment on that? So let's say you ask specific question about ICAZ to ChatGPT. Is there a security risk there?
All right, it's two-folded. Number one, the permissions that would have given to the tools, it matters. Because some of the times you say, you have access to my downloads, you have access to my pictures, you have access to my libraries. What that means is, if you give that access, and you also don't do the private settings of those access, some of that information which you think is private, you have also feeding into the learning of those tools, such that when questions are being asked about ICAZ, because ICAZ maybe is using that particular tool and there's private information which they didn't give private settings, it then gives that pop-up information there. And secondly, AI as it functions, it usually speaks the mind of the tool that you are using, not of the model itself. What do I mean? Remember US elections when we talked about Google Analytics. AI can now actually inform the perspective and the thinking of the society. What you see in the future is we have leaders that are elected not by the will of the people, but by the will of AI, because it will be doing misinformation, propaganda on its own, and some say, okay, why don't you then switch off the button of AI? Duh, come on. It's beyond that. It's informing the thought processes and the data that is in here. How many times have you talked about with someone and then next time you see an advert of what you're talking about? Well, even when you switch off some of these things, they're not really off. Because once it's off, you can tell Siri, switch on. How does it switch on when it was saying to us off? How does it listen? So they always listen, they always take data, but how they use the data is not on the model, the AI itself, but on the tool that the AI is riding on. You talked of ChatGPT, it's a tool. Alexa, it's a tool, but it's not the actual model. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Last question, a round of questions from my end. Raphael, from a governance perspective, where do we place the governance of IT and AI within an organization? Is it an IT subcommittee? Do we need a new committee to manage it? Or does it still belong to IT as a function? Where do you think AI, the management of AI from a governance should come through?
Look, this AI issue it's an emerging and a reality concept that is coming in. Traditionally, depending on the size of your organization, it can be easy to place it under IT. But where you have huge organizations and the use of AI is very expansive, it means you need to go beyond IT. You need to actually take it out of IT at the end of the day. And if for a lack of a better word, maybe it may start, you may want it to sit in the overall in the office maybe of your company secretary or your legal department at the end of the day, because you are dealing with the human mind that has been automated. Not only that human mind, we have done it in such a way that it can also make a decision. It's now a person, but who is that person? These are a number of people. We have come up with a program that is mimicking a new person that we have created. We now have a new situation. I don't even know what to call this new person, this new model that he was referring to. It becomes a model because you want it to behave in a certain way. So you may need to take it out of the techies, the engineers. It has to sit right above somewhere. So I think ICAZ, we can have a chat around that. We've got a legal mind here, which is also a technical guy. So where do we place it? I don't have a definite answer, but definitely it doesn't need to sit within the traditional IT, as it were. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for that answer. In the interest of time, MC, I don't know if I've got one question or two questions, just in case someone is really burning, before we then round up. I see a hand at the back there. Just one or two questions, then we then just close.
All right. I know, yeah, you have a question, a burning one.
I have a question.
All right.
Should I be worried about myself in the next 12 months?
Not necessarily. I think the important thing is that we need to learn to work alongside AI. So it's not a job for the IT department to find these tools and to integrate these tools for us. There are a lot of low-code or no-code options that, with a little bit of research, a tutorial on YouTube, you could actually learn how to integrate your two softwares together through an open API. So as long as we think progressively and work alongside AI, I think we'll be safe. But there is a level of reskilling and upskilling that will be required.
Thanks, Chipo. I'll then ride on that as the closing remarks to our panel, thanking the panelists for their invaluable input. And unfortunately, due to time, we can't engage some more, but we are available, the panelists are available to answer your questions directly. Since we're about to go for lunch, you can sit at their table and ask some more. But MC, thank you again for the opportunity. Enjoy the rest of winter school.